This is Meri at the Meri Atelier. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to Fib Diggity. Yeah, welcome to Meri Atelier. So this is Sunday evening, July the 12th. We're almost halfway through July. I am working on some patriotic ATCs for Janet Merle Young and Dee Dee Willingham's patriotic swap. They need to be to Janet by July 31st, so I need to get at them. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And I have some happy mail to open, and I want to work on Pinelope's patriotic outfit. I was going to tat a lace collar, but I'm not getting it done, so I have another idea that I'm going to do for Pinelope's patriotic outfit, and she's got a hat to match. So we're going to work on that a little tonight. Let me get over to my notepad. Welcome in, and actually see who's coming in. Hold the phone, hold the phone. Let's go to, I always have a little bit of a time finding my, and oh, there it is, right there.
See how easy it is to
gotta
find the
turn
parts?
that ad down. And can we skip it or do we have to wait? We have to wait. Do 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 do. Oh, there you go. Okay, got 3 watching and I can't see the chat. I don't like that it does this. Now I usually have to go out and come back in, and that doesn't always help. Turn it off, come back in. There you are. It's Allie Kay and Margaret. Welcome in, ladies. It's good to see you. I hope that you're having a good week. We are being hit by that tremendous heat wave. That tremendous heat wave. Are you guys getting the heat? I can't imagine that you're not. And, yeah. It's too hot out. It's way too hot out. So I have a happy mail to open, and this is from Barbara Betzer. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her last name right. She's from down south. And let's go ahead and open it. I got it the other day, and I was going to open it Friday night, and I did not get it open. I don't think I streamed Friday night. I was really, really tired. I don't like to go shopping on the days that I stream in the evenings, but we went shopping. I came home tired. See if I can open this without ruining anything and without showing her address. I have so much to share. We are working on a project in our membership area, and I have been getting so inspired by it. I'm just going to cut it here. Well, let me get it to where I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Let's see what's in here. Oh, how cool. Oh, this is going to go in my, it's a little ATC, Barbara Batzer, ATC. Oh, I'm going to have to make one for her. And answer, friends. Oh, this is a question. Where did Joey get the job as a tour guide? I never watched that show, Friends. It's a trivia question. Some happy mail here. find the symbols of America in the word search below. And the friends, looks like it's a bingo. Monica, Chandler, Rachel, Ross, Phoebe, and Joey. And it looks like you match things up. I would probably fail that. But I love that it's friends like Fibs. And these are word searches. And she put the answers in there for me. But let's not look at those. Let's see. SHEETSELG SELGGGBILPREBILP. Oh, here's strip, S-T-R-I-P, stripe. Oh, this is symbols of America. Stripe, it would be one. S-T-R-I-P. Eagle has to be in here. Flag. F-L-A. F-A. Flag has to be in here someplace. I see stripe. Well, I'd have to look at that for a bit. Let's see, is there anything else in here? Thank you, Barbara. Happy mail, happy mail. I think I got it all. No, there's something else in here. It's a, oh, look at this. Wow. It almost feels like it's been laminated. Is it a sticker? No, it's just a very interesting. Little happy mails. But you know what I like the best? I like this tag. That's going to go in my, it's not a tag, it's a ATC. She's calling it an ATC. It's going to go in my celebration box. So let me put this aside. Let me put these other things back in here. I emptied all my happy mail in one of my streams. And I opened it and I kept out all the little bits. And I have it over in my bucket, my happy mail bucket. And the envelopes I kept separately. And I'm going to bind the envelopes. I'm going to have to figure out a way. And I think I know what I'm going to do. Well, hold on. I'm going to bind the envelopes into a journal. Then I'm going to take all the little bits and put in that journal. That's my thought. But thank you, Barbara. That was so sweet of you. I'll have to send her an ATC. We're going to work on them tonight. Let's see who's come in here. Let me. Did you have a happy birthday, Allie K? Allie K had a birthday. Was it yesterday? Happy birthday, Allie K. The answer is Ross. I don't know. I put it away. I don't know, Allie K. I put it away. You're going to have to wonder forever. Margaret said, we had rain. Oh, you lucky lady. We could use some rain to cool things off. I did go out and work in the yard yesterday, but I didn't want to go out today because I streamed tonight and I get all dirty and sweaty and I'm tired and then I don't want to do anything but sleep. So the garden's going to have to wait until tomorrow, but my goodness, you guys, I looked at the weather on weather.com and for our part of the country, heat is predicted for the next 14 days. I'm just going, we need a break from that heat, but no tornadoes. Allie Kay went to supper. She said she'd come in. She's just popping in for a quick minute to say hi. Our family is going to Culver's for supper. Ooh. Ooh, how cool. How cool. I got 8 of you in here. Welcome in if I haven't greeted you. Now, I think only Allie Kay and Margaret were the only ones talking to me. So I'm going to come back to carving because it's going to take me a minute to do this. And let's work with Pinelope. I'm going to put this up here so I don't lose it. So I've been working on doing a hat for Pinelope here, and boy, I'm way off of my red dot. 2 minutes behind. But what I decided, see, I did this skirt, and we're gonna take her hat off. She's got a bald head. She says, Meri, put my hat back on. And what we're going to do is I'm going to take this, I hot glued this on, and I'm going to see if I can't get the trim here off of her, the brown part, which is original to the doll. And I should never have hot glued it. But then I'm going to put her hat on. I could just put her hat on like this. But I don't know if I want to do that or not. We're going to play with that. But I have an eagle. I have an eagle on the front of the hat here. And you can't see it because I'm out of frame. There we go. I have an eagle, and then, but when I collaged it, see, he's got a wing over here. But I collaged over his wing over here, so I want to put his wing back on, and I want to finish putting Patriotic. And then off stream, I still left the needle in here. I want to gather her skirt. Like so. And she's going to say, put your hat back, put my hat back on, Meri, before you, yes, you look better with your hair on. But see, this is going to fit around here. I have to figure out how much more I need to gather her. I want it to go right about here. Ooh, I think it's just about right. I think I can go ahead and seam this up, maybe get a few more gathers toward the end. You're losing your head. Penelope. So there's that. I think I'll work with getting this off first. And to do that, maybe I'll zoom in a little and I'll get my heat gun out. Got a great big old wastebasket down here. Where does this go off to? It's got stuff in it. Might plug in here. My heat gun. So I hope you guys are staying cool out there. What did Allie say? She said she's been collecting all week. My birthday was Thursday, but I've been collecting all week. Yeah, the time flies fast for me. Let me plug this heat gun in. can't see the... There we go. Now, let me zoom in a teeny bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. And I'm right about 2 inches over, right about there. Oh, who popped in? Somebody popped in. Oh, I got it. Got an ad. Oh, it was Margaret said, Allie, I had a week of celebrating my birthday, which was the 3rd. Oh, right before the 4th. Happy birthday, Margaret. Sun goes down, gonna take a walk on the bay. Ooh, what fun is that? Hi to everybody in the balcony, Margaret says. Come on down, say hello. All right, I need, I don't know if I still have them here. Let me get my Angie bowls out. I had some rubber fingers in here, in one of these. And it's not that one. I've got to clean these out. Ah, there they are. Some rubber fingers. And let's put this back. And this back. What is this? I need to find a way different setup for this. My desk. Okay. I want my rubber fingers because they don't fit the thumb so well, but these are just Dollar Tree rubber fingers. And what I want to do is hold on to this and find the right here. And all right, let's see. I don't know if I can hold this. I might have to get my pliers out to hold it. Yeah, I think it's gonna come off if I work at it. But I don't think these are gonna, I think I need to get a tweezers or a plier. I might come back to them. Let's get my pliers out here. If I have. So what I'm trying to do is I glued this trim onto this piece. And I think by heating it, I'm going to be able to pull it off. Let's see, I have a pair of tweezers in this. Stuck in there. See if I get a hold of it this way. And then when I'm ready to pull, I'll grab my tweezers and pull this way. Hold on, I can't see what's going on. Am I live? I'm off my dot here. There we go. And this is fabric, so I'm not too worried about it melting. The little pieces up here on this trim might melt, but I think this is going to work. Now I've got my hand. Let me adjust my camera. I don't like how my camera is. Have a bit of glue or something there. What that is, I'm going to throw it away. Yeah, you can see it down in here. What's coming off, you guys? Yay! I'm melting the glue, and it's fabric, so I don't worry about, unless you heat it too much, you could burn the fabric, but I'm not applying that much heat that I'm going to burn the fabric. And I can see the glue melting on that. Yes. And I can feel it. She said, "You put glue on my head." I did. I'm going to have to clean that off, I think. She says, "Please do." But I'll probably put a different hat on her, and this time instead of gluing it, I will probably stitch it on or something. Find a different way to attach the glue. Oh, I don't want to tear it. It needs to be melted right in there. and right in here. I think it worked best when I held it with my pliers this way. And never fear, she'll have another hat, so I'm just trying to get this one removed. Well, of course, I got the needle in there. Well, I'll deal with that later. Now, I put a spot of hot glue on top of her head here. I can feel it. Let's get my needle out of my scissors here. I don't know how that happened. Well, I do know. Where is it going? Can't see, it's too dark in here. I don't think that helped much. Oh. Scissors out of the way of the needle and take the needle and pin it back into the fabric. Get it out of the way. Now back to the story at hand here. I'm still looks like there's a piece on here. I might just leave that. No, that belongs to, oh, I see, that goes this way. Yeah, I don't want to rip her hair here. I need more hands. I need more hands. Welcome in if I haven't welcomed you in yet. I never did quite like this hat. I don't know why I ever did this. But I did, so let's undo it. Ew. It's sticky. Yeah, I put a glob of glue on her head. There, it's coming. Now, I did this myself, so I know how I did it. And so I was able to take it off. Her hat's not too bad. But let's clean this up. And I don't know, I might just leave that on there because her hat, whatever I did with her hat, her hair is going to go back on her head. She says, "Thank you, Meri." And then her hat will go on. So, you know, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about it. But I was having trouble getting her hair. I'd like to kind of clean this gunk up here. But I'm not sure even if I heat it, if I can pull it off, maybe with my tweezers. Get my tweezers all gunky, have to buy me a new pair. Might be able to take it off with some sort of an acetone or something, but I don't know if I want to go to that extent. Let's see if I can pull it this way. The trouble is I need more than one hand. 2 hands. Yeah, see, I can pretty well get that off. Melt it off. Where's my tape here? Let's see if I can pull it off with my tape. I have to heat it up again, but I think it'll come off. I want to put these finger tabs in their own little bag. I have let me grab some pieces of tape, more than one, because I'm going to need them. Let's see if I can't get this off of my pliers. Not my pliers, my tweezers. I'm cleaning glue off of Pinelope's hat here. And this time I'm going to take the tape and wrap it around my finger like this. And we're going to go at it like this. I can see the glue melting. Oh, and then my tape came off of my finger. Let's see if I can pull this off. Ouch! Well, I could with my bare finger. don't have enough light in here. You guys see it better than I do because you have the camera light. Yeah, I got it pretty good. It's a little stiff, but I don't mind stiffness. I might heat it up one more time. That worked pretty good. At least I got it off. I think I need to get in here a little. Let's throw this away. And I don't know if I want to keep this or not. This was her hat. All right, I'm getting there. Hi, Miss Beth. That's neat. You were able to visit her studio. Let's see what's going on here. Let me go up to the top. Allie says, I've been celebrating all week her birthday. Sun goes down. She's going to take a walk to the bay. Margaret is. Margaret says hello to everybody in the balcony. Allie K says, decide who you're going to research for. Oh, you're going to decide who to research for the Forgotten Voices project, Allie? Oh, I'll tell you, I have been having such fun with that, Forgotten Voices. We are doing a segment. I'm going to call it a segment because it's not the entire Commonplace Journal. But we're doing a segment in our Commonplace Journal in the members area, and that includes all members. It's not just one room, it's all members. And we're calling it Forgotten Voices. And there's a lot of documentation online about people in the past who said or did things, but they're not famous people. Well, the voices that I'm researching are not famous people, but they said and published and did things that were significant. Like today, I watched a video online and I posted it in the members area of Canadian war artist, and it even said Forgotten Voices of the Canadian War Artists. It didn't say Forgotten Voices, it said Forgotten Canadian War Artists, which made me think, well, you know, that's not only Canadian war artists, there were artists in the Civil War, probably in the Revolutionary War, but this video was really interesting, and it talked about the video itself. It's posted on my it's not my video. It's posted on my community tab for the members. Let's see what I want to do here. And I have some more things I want to share. I have a letter to my grandmother from her uncle. And she inherited some money down through the family somehow. And her dad wanted the money, and her uncle was advising her not to share it with her dad. I think her uncle knew her dad more than than the letter implies. And she wanted to open a millinery, you know, a hat making shop. And he was telling her to take that money and go open her shop. And I don't think she ever opened her shop. I don't know what happened to the money. But sometimes there's forgotten stories and voices in your own family. And I want to do some more things in my Commonplace Journal. Let me turn this on. Hold on. So, Legia, I think she posted, she said she's going to do hers on women artists. And I don't know if it's just the Forgotten Voices that she's going to do, or if she's going to do her entire commonplace journal on women artists. And Carol at one time was doing symbols, I think. So, you know, a commonplace journal is at your own pace. You don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm showing you what I'm doing to inspire. And it's at your own pace. And I was thinking today, ouch, this is hot. I was thinking today that it builds up over time. And mine, since I started in January, is slowly building up. Let me grab another piece of this tape. See if I can get this gunk off of her head. There's some right in here. But I might just call this good enough because it's pretty clean. It's not going to be perfect. It's old, but it'll be clean enough to put back on her. No, there's some right in there, but maybe I can hit without. Ouch. Yeah. I'm just trying to pull the gunk off of the fabric. The gunk is glue. I think that's pretty good though. It's a little darker in here, but I'm not going to worry about it. Now, I had trouble keeping her hair on her head, and that's one reason I put hot glue on it. And then I had trouble keeping her hat on her head. But I accomplished my goal for tonight for getting this hat off of her head. So I'm going to move on and work on her skirt and her hat. Let's put her back over here. Let me unplug my heat gun. Yeah, we're kind of doing a project, and it's for everybody. I only have 2 rooms, but it's for everybody, all channel members. And I intend we should be working in our burzines for December because, you know, Christmas in July type thing. But all right, now I want to go back to this. And I think I thought that this was pretty much, I left the needle in it. It was pretty much, it needed some more gathers here toward the end. Let's pull it a little more. I left the seam. I left a space for the seam because I wasn't sure. And let's pull some in here over this way. Now I'm going to turn it. She's going to have her bald head. Please excuse Pinelope's bald head, but I want to I tied this around her neck. Let's just put it up a little. I just want to, and I'm going to try it here in the front. And I want to leave this lace here, so I think I have it just about where I want it, and then I can play with the ruffles. But the thing I experienced before was when I seamed it up, I couldn't gather it anymore. Now I got her caught on her. So these ruffles more toward the, now I'm going to turn it like this. What did I put that? Thread's over on. Where's my thread? Threads on this one here. I should put a piece of white paper under this so you guys can see it. We'll use this. And here's my needle. Now I'm going to pull some ruffles this way a little, because once I seam it up, I'm not going to have any more ruffles. And I might put a couple more stitches in it. There. Now I can take this, which is here, and this, and put these two together. And Pinelope, I know you don't have any hair on, but I need a pin. And even if I don't get this right, this will be in the back. All right. I think it's pretty even there. It's not so even up here, but it's almost even. One side's a little. And I'm just doing running stitches, and they're not even that small. They're not even that fancy. I gotta take that pin out. one more. Now, I'm going to go back and do a running stitch back over it. And I'm working on that underside. Can you guys see? My camera's way up above me. Let me point my camera down because I need to be right about in here. Oh. There. And I'm just doing a couple of lines of running stitches just to hold the two sides together. Nothing fancy. Now I think I can tie this thread off. I don't want to gather it. And I'll just go underneath once here and tie a little knot. And we'll see how this fits her. I'll give her needle. No, we aren't going to give you a needle back yet. No. Of course, I had that pin there. Let's put the pin back in her. I'll have to take all of her pins out and adjust her charm and everything, but let's put it on her. And it'll come down like so. And it's really a ruffly outfit. I might pin it around here. It didn't need to be that ruffly. I could probably draw it in a little. Well, let's put her hat on her. Her hat, I think I'm going to put some cotton or something in there to keep her batting, because her hat's too big for her head. I couldn't find a smaller one, but it'll go on like that. Now, I'm not sure I like, let's bring this, where is it at? I'm going to clip some of these threads here. This charm, it's over here, through, and then I think I'll do, I'm not quite done with her skirt, but what I think I'll do is kind of gather it at the, put a gathering thread at the bottom so that it will, but what I'm planning, I'm sorry, Pinelope, I'll give you your hat back. Her hat's way too big for her head, but it's a cool hat, and she looks like, if I can hold it here, her hat's too big for her head. I'm gonna have to stuff it. I don't know if that would help. Yeah, whoops. She says, Meri, you're suffocating me. It's only for July, and this is the first outfit I made for you. Yeah. What did she come off the... Oh, she's on the tape roll here. All right. And I took her charm off, which is probably a good thing. We'll put that up there in that jar. But what I want to do now... See, I think if I just kind of gather her all those pleats, not let them flare out. You guys can't see, I'm sorry. Let me zoom out again. Now I can't get a hold of it. I'm gonna have to take it off the... Well, that's as far as it'll zoom out. There we go. Whew! I have to point that fan toward me. I'm getting warm. Oh, that feels good. So, I want to put some trim around here, and I think but I'll have to do that after I get it put on her. Gather these pleats in so they're poofy. They're poofy, but they're not flaring out. I guess it's okay if they flare out. But let's take her. And then I'm going to stuff her head with her hat with some batting, or even that, and then that'll fit her. Her hat will fit her better, and she'll look like so. I'm waiting for my phone to catch up with me. It's slow. I got a slow connection here. But she'll look something like that once I get it done. Now I have to figure out how to keep the hat on her head. And she's got her hair. I forgot her hair here. She's got her hair. Her hair goes back on her head. Someplace like so. Like that, I believe. Only a little more shaped. And I think I'll hot glue her hair back on her and not hot glue the hat to the hair. But I think the hair goes something like this. It's kind of hard to handle it. Something like that, and then the hat. And then the hat. I might not need any more other than this and her hair. So I don't want to lose her hair. I'm going to put it in the jar. Put that there. Now, what I want to do, put my tweezers back in my little sewing box. I'll give Pinelope my needle, but don't eat it, Pinelope. What I want to do on her skirt is, let me show you, I have in my celebration box and as long as, what I do with it, well, I wanted to put Barbara's tag in there, but I'll have to, here it is. I want to put Barbara's, I'm calling it a tag, it's an ATC. She calls it an ATC. Barbara Bat's an ATC. I'm going to date it. That's a pencil. July, and I'm just going to put July 4th, 2026. And I'm going to keep that in my celebration box here. This is my celebration box. And what I have is this. So what I want to do get this off my desk, out of the way. What I want to do is take one of these, probably the silver one, and attach it around. Now I think I'm going to leave it on the, I'm going to leave it stapled here, but I'm going to clip. And hopefully they won't come flying. We'll see if they do or don't. No, they're pretty well on there. Yeah, let's see if I can pull it out. May not be able to. I think it's pretty long. I'm going to clip it here again. And what I want to do is put this around her, like so. And I might even, can I do it twice? I think so. And alternate the stars. And I'm going to do it very loose. I'm just going to tack it on there very loose. So if I need to alter things. Now, I did bring in that blue thread. I don't know what I did with it. Did I put it in here? No. Well, Penelope, I want my needle back. That blue thread's kind of thin anyway. Let's take some pins here. I have some pins out of my little case. And let's just kind of alternate these stars. Maybe I can pin this on here. Let's start over here. Maybe I should just start stitching it. Forget the pins. I need some thread. I don't know what I did with my blue thread. I brought it in. I put it in a safe spot. And my safe spots get messed up. Do 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 do. I need some thread. I need some thread. I think I got thread behind me. It won't be glue. I got some empty spools. I got some gray. I don't know if I can handle that online. We'll see. Let me put this box back. And what did I do with my needle? I had it out. Here it is. And we'll take this thread out. I've got a big-eyed needle, so I should be able to thread that online. And I'm just going to tack, T-A-C-K, this on here. But I want to leave it stretchy enough so I can stretch this over her head. So let's see what happens. And I can hardly see this thread. You guys probably won't be able to see it unless you zoom in. And I've got a big-eyed needle, so I should be able to put that thread through the eye of that needle. And I'm going to double it. And snip it. And I'm just going to do a rolled knot here. It's kind of twisted into a knot. And this needle is got a nice eye, but it's not the sharpest needle in the bunch. It's not the sharpest needle in the bunch, and that went right through. So I'm going to have to tie me a knot. Of course, it's catching the I need better lighting and better magnification. I just want to tie a little knot on the underside here. And it seems to like, it says, you want a knot? I'll make you a knot. I'll find it here. It says, I'm good at making knots. There. Now let me put my needle back through. And flip it back over. Now I'm ready to roll here. Let me click this. And let me bring this over this way. And we'll put this right. See if I can't hold on to it. Find my needle again. And I don't care if it's loose. I just kind of want it dangling. And of course it's going to get caught on the stars. Caught on the wrong star. There we go. Oh dear. And we're going to bring it around. My needle in there. The problem is the thread catches on everything, and I can't see it. I should have used a white thread, I think. And I just kind of want it tacked on this. My needle is not sharp enough to go through several layers of fabric here. Of course, it's getting caught on the leg of the star. There we go. So I just want it tacked. I might have to do this with a different thread offline. Let me snip this thread. This is not related to this. And I think it's just hanging thread. So I got two tacks in there. And before I put the next one on, I think I'm going to pull this out of the way and bring it right about in here. I think that works better. And now bring it over. And just let it dangle. I don't care if it's, you know, like if it, maybe bring it over a little bit more. I want it very loose so it can go around Penelope's head if it needs to. Now I'm back at the beginning. And I've got some messy threads on the back, but I'm not going to worry about them. I'm not going to worry about them. I'll just kind of loop them together. And tie a little knot in here somewhere. Clip that off. Whoops, that one didn't stay. I'll have to stitch that down better. But what I intend on doing is, I'm not going to finish it here tonight. What I intend on doing is doing another round and putting these stars, maybe crisscrossing them even. But let's see how this looks on her. And of course my white paper is floating around and she's got that needle in her. Oh yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. Like that. And I think I'll put stars around her hat too. And the way I'm going to do that is sew it on fabric first. Sew my stars on fabric first. And then put the fabric on here so that the stars, I want them to dangle. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to happen. Dangle. We'll see. I might just end up putting it flat and gluing it down on the underside. We'll see. But I'm going to stop on this tonight on her outfit tonight. I kind of wanted her original lace to show. And I think it will once I get it on there and get it all adjusted. And she's got a cameo right in here. Right there. It's kind of getting covered up. But, Penelope, we will give you a rest. We'll leave this on her for now. It won't be that fancy dancy, but Now, I have the hat, and I need the eagle wing here. I need to put this eagle wing on. So, and I can use the rest as collage spotter. Let's take an eagle wing. And I don't know, I think I'll take the whole eagle. And it doesn't matter if it's rough cut, because it'll just blend in. Let's do it this way. Get the bulk of it off. And now I think I can put the entire eagle back on. But what I did was I notched his wing because it's in a semicircle. Got to find out where I was cutting. And here's something that I should be showing you, because I learned this before. Let me tear this paper. If you're cutting a napkin, put it on a piece of paper and kind of hold it. You have a sturdy background if your hand isn't shaking. And it's a lot easier to snip. Let's get a little... Let's see, I think I want to put it up in here. So you have a more of a sturdy hold on what you're cutting, rather than the napkin is so flimsy. Now I'm going to cut down this way, because I've already cut that part out and I want it off of the paper. Now let's cut down this wing. Now all I have to do is this. See, wasn't that so much easier? And But what I'm going to have to do, because the hat curves, I'm going to have to do some slits in here. So let's do that. Just do some little, to let your paper bend. All right, now, this eagle, I'm going to put him back on my hat right in here, like that. But before I do that, I'm going to put him in the cup over here. I'm going to finish collaging, and I can use the scrap that I have here. Let's give Pinelope back that needle. And I have some scrap here to collage. Let's throw the paper scraps away. Look, I have a eagle shape. But never fear, I have more napkin over here. See, I think I'll save my, I'll use that. Got my Statue of Liberty, she could go on there. She could go right in around. Yeah, I got the fan blowing. See, the eagle wing is going to come there. I can put her, I don't know if you can see her very well. Put just her head in there. It's hard to see her, but she's there. I'm going to have to snip her right in here. I want the Liberty to show. No, it may not. Her head is right at the edge there. I know it's there, but somebody else may not know it's there. Let's put it on and see what happens. I could put it on the underneath. Probably show up better. Put her like that. She doesn't show up very well in anyway. I think I just need to get her on there. And I was using glue. And my brushes. What time is it? I've been fooling around. It's only 7:30. I'll do this hat, and then I want to move on to transferring my eagle. I shouldn't use that one as a glue brush. I'm hard on my brushes, let me tell you. I'm going to use this one as a glue brush. I put them back in the water, but you shouldn't use your paint brushes. But I'm not a professional artist, but you shouldn't use your paint brushes as glue brushes. All right, let's take the glue lid off. And put some glue right in here. And it's kind of one and done with this, so if I mess up, I mess up. I kind of want to bend the arm here. I should probably snip it a little. And put a little glue. I'm sorry I'm not looking at chat while I'm doing this. Now let's yes, my hands are shaky. Shaky hands. Only do this with brushes you don't care if you ruin. Well, I care about them, but I need a glue brush. There we go. Now, let me hold this up so you guys can see her. See, she's on there. Here's her head, and her arm goes up that way and her body comes around. We're going to leave it that way. I might put a little star like this right in there and put some maybe stars there. We got plenty of stars. I'm cutting a little star out. There we go. And let's do some. You can't see her lantern very well, but I know it's there. Let's take a might as well do this one too. Turn it around. I'm just collaging bits of napkin on here and no rhyme or reason. On the underside of the hat. That's really not enough to fold over. Now I got a little piece. These are too little. I want to save the might be able to get something off of that. Oh, got another piece floating around here. Doesn't have any stars on it. It has that part. The wind's blowing it, the fan is blowing it. I should have my paper under this. Alrighty. Let's see what happens here. I need to snip it over on this side. Got my finger on it there. I saw that. There we go. There we go. Cut that off. Now I have some little pieces around. Maybe I'll take this and put it right in there. Now I got a little snippet of blue. And that needed to go down there. There. Now I just need, I could paint the inside, but I'm going to stuff it, so I'm just going to leave the inside alone. I think I'm ready to put the eagle back on. Oh, I need to do something in here, but that eagle may take care of it. Here he is. Yeah. All right, wish me luck, because he's kind of one and done. I'm going to turn that fan away from me. It's blowing it. Now the glue's kind of covering up his face, but it will dry, hopefully, I'm thinking. We'll see how that works. The glue is kind of smudging it right in here. I don't want to fool with it too much. I'll just let it dry. And that is a star. Right here's a star. And collage the wing back here. The wings wrap all around his head, all around the hat. I think I need to do a piece in here. And I have these. Let me turn that pen back toward me because it's warm. I have these kind of banner pieces. Guess I should turn it the other way. Let's see if I can't. Put some stars on here. I'm going to kind of, I could clip it or I could try to just kind of fold it. I think clipping it might be better. So, clip there. This is not as easy as it looks. One thing, I should let it dry before I do too much more to it. I thought I clipped it there. It's getting away from me, I did. My fingers want to stick to it. Because it's sticky. There. I think I will. I need to do this over here. I think I'll let it dry and move on to my ATC. I think I'm fairly happy with this. I don't know what's happening in there. I might have to work with this area a little. You can't see the Statue of Liberty very well unless you really stare at it. I think I've had some successes tonight. I've trimmed up her dress. I started sewing I got the hat off of her head. So I'm going to let this dry. I'm just going to set it over here. And put this all back in my celebration box. My straight pins. And I'm going to save the little collage pieces. I might want them. Who knows? Yeah, I'm going to be working on 4th of July until the end of July because it's a celebration box of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. Let me see. I have a bag of scraps here. Oh, what else do I have up here? Do I have anything? Yeah, I got some more stuff to go in there. That's pattern. That's what I'm going to cut for my members. Hold on. I guess that's good. Let's put this in my... And it doesn't matter because it's all scrap, so I'll be collaging with it or whatever. So if it gets crumbled up, I'm not too concerned about it. I'd like to get it in there though. Let's hold in it here. Let's fold it like that. And the teeny beanie scraps, I will throw away the teeny beanie scraps. Put the lid back on my glue jar. I'm going to throw this thread in here because I might need it another time. And let's put that in there. And I'm going to put Pinelope's, where's her hat? Did I put it in here? Yeah, I'm going to put her hair in here too. Because I don't want to lose it. And she's going to be bald for a while. This way so we can, there we go. All right. I'm glad I did this. It was kind of a tassel doing it and it's not perfect, but every time I get it out, I like it. All right, let me put this aside. And put my glue away where I can find it again. Oh, you got some more napkins floating around here. I'll just save them for next time. Okay. So now we're going to carve. We're going to do the ATCs. And I've already done my eagle here. He's in my Society of Idea Collector book here someplace. And my gnome. Here he is. So here's the eagle. And this is not quite ATC size. I need to measure this to ATC size. And my eagle's going to go on here as a carved stamp. And I might carve him out completely like Edie does. And so he won't be ATC. He won't be an ATC. He'll just be an eagle. But the thing of it is the claws. I don't know about the claws. So let's go ahead and measure this for 3.5 by 2.5 is the size of an ATC. And let's get a carving background here. And I never did locate my carving tool, so I got one. I needed an extra one anyway. And we're going to use it. I know my others are around here. It's just that I have so much stuff around. So we're going to measure this off. Let me measure it on here. And I'll just use a Sharpie for now. So 3.5 by 2.5. So 1, 2, 3. Well, I'll tell you, it's almost there. It's about 3 1/4. But I don't mind that extra. I'll just cut it off. So we need 2.5 here. And can't see for the lights glaring on me here. And really it's about 1/4 of an inch there. And I'm going to put a little X here so I know this is the side that I want. And let me come out and look at chat because I've been in my world. Let me come look at chat. I just got a little glare up there, don't I? I'll leave that. We'll just leave that little glare. That little glare is from my light. There's also something under here, but I'm not going to fool with that. All right. Let me refresh chat. I want to welcome those of you who came in. Top messages. I kind of been not chatting. Joyce, hi Joyce. Joyce, I have your fabric piece I'm going to send to you. And I'm going to send, since you were in the, I think you were in the member stream, you'll get your piece that I cut for you the other night, and you'll get another little flag about this size. I want to get those ready to go tomorrow and get them off in the mail. I think I have to go to town on Tuesday. Hi, Angie. Angie says, amen, Allie. That was to be yes, not it. Angie says, Joyce, is it losing power is too because you have no Wi-Fi and you can't chat to you all. It is losing power. Are you losing power, Angie? Stay safe, Ellie. Allie K says, everyone in the flood zone. Yes, there's some flooding going on. We get the heat and you guys get the rain. Too much rain and we have too much heat. Flooding is so scary, Joyce says. Yes, it is. Where we are located now, we're in central Nebraska. There is flooding that goes on in Nebraska. We had a terrible flooding problem a couple years ago. But where my brother lives, there's not much flooding, but in one part of town, I was driving and I wasn't aware. It had rained and I wasn't aware. And boy, I'll tell you, the road was, you could almost float away in your car. And that really surprised me. They had an issue, but I haven't seen that happening for a long time. Joyce just came up on my phone that flash flooding warning for Knox and Blount counties, Angie says. In Tennessee. They're in Tennessee. Joyce says, it's here too, Angie. Angie says, Joyce, it looks like the sky is going to open up. I just hope the power doesn't go off. I hope so too, Angie. You stay safe. You get into your safe spot if you need to. Hi, Sylvia, if you're out there. Sylvia says, I just love it when Miss Meri tells us what she should be doing. Oh, dear, Sylvia. I giggled at that one. Angie says, I lose 2 pounds and gain 3 back. Boy, we all identify, Angie girl. Joyce says, I hope it won't. I think, Angie, it's flooding near you. I hope it won't. And Angie says, I hope so too. Angie says, you know, I wait when it rains because you all do is eat and gain all that weight back when you walk to lose. I know, I go out and mow the lawn and then I come in and eat potato chips. What's with that, Meri? I said, I deserve them. I mowed the lawn, not yesterday, the day before yesterday. No, maybe it was yesterday. I watered the garden. I got up real early in the morning and I have to take a shower in off the DEET stuff because the mosquitoes just love me. If I don't put any protection on, they just swarm around me. And but when I take a shower, I spray every part of my body. And I've been wearing 2 layers of clothes to kind of prevent them from biting through my clothes. I get hot out there, especially later in the day. But I went out early in the morning and I watered the flowers and I watered the garden. And then I said, I have enough energy left. I'm going to start mowing. So I mowed behind the garage and kind of in our backyard area where I park my car. We have these weeds that just grow so fast. And I'll tell you, they were big, tall weeds, and I mowed all those down. And I mowed a part of the south terrace, but I didn't get it all done, and I mowed a part of the front yard, but I still have mowing to do. But the thing of it is, when it's so hot like this, the grass doesn't grow like it does in the spring. So I probably will not mow tomorrow because... or I may mow tomorrow. It's so hot. If I mow, I have to get out there like between 10:30 and 11:30 and 12 because the rest of the afternoon. And this heat wave is going to be here in the Central States for a couple weeks. And so, I invested too much in all my plants just to let them shrivel up in this heat. Hi, Linda. Welcome in, Linda, if you're out there. Linda says, hi, Meri. Hi, Chaz, Angie, and Joyce. Hi, Chaz. It's good to see you. Sylvia's here. Allie K was here. Allie K had a birthday last Thursday, she said. Joyce says, sweet dreams. Oh, Jacqueline was here. I missed her. She says, hey, girl, hey. I'm heading off to bed, but I'll be lurking. Hey, girl, hey. Hey, girl, hey. Maybe she's listening. Maybe she fell off to sleep. I napped this afternoon. And I woke up and I thought it was morning. And I'm going, oh, no, I forgot to stream last night. And I looked at the clock and it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I slept for a couple hours this afternoon. Angie says, Joyce, I would say why, but it's not my place. I don't say nothing without asking. Joyce says, I understand. What's going on there, Angie girl? Sylvia says, prayers. Angie says, Joyce, her mom fell again. Oh, no. Oh. Pray for Laura and her mother and her family. Laura is Lori, Jersey. It sounds like her mother took a fall, and that's hard. That's hard. It's hard to see your parents suffer like that. What'd I do with my ego? I don't want to lose him. Oh, we'll be praying for Jersey and her family. Thank you for sharing that, Angie. Sylvia says, I finally caught you live. Woohoo! Hi, Sylvia, if you're still out there. I'm scrolling back in chat. I haven't seen that Beck tonight. Becky pops in every now and then, but Sunday nights, she and Scott used to go over to Scott's mother's, but you know, they need time to themselves. Scott works 2 jobs and, you know, they've got a busy life going on, so she does pop in every now and then. Becky does. She usually, about this time, she's usually saying, I'm tired, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I'm sure you could message her, Angie, or send her an email. Chaz says, hi, Joyce. Lisbeth says, I have to run. Lisbeth was here earlier. This is where Chaz came in. Chaz is from the other side of the world. Lisbeth, you can start the Burzines again in September. Yeah, it will probably be September before I get ready to start the Burzines. We did what we call Burzines last year, and I don't think, well, I think Legia in October, I think she was the closest to getting done. But it was September, October, November. That was December. That was Jacqueline's idea. Supper's here, Allie K says. I'll be right back. Martha, let's see. Elizabeth says, Allie, who's your research going to be on? I can't scroll up too far, and I don't see it. And Allie K says, she's researching Martha Lillard, last known U.S. polio survivor who used the iron lung. Oh my goodness, Allie, if you're still out there, what an interesting person to research. I'll bet she has some thoughts. I can't wait to hear more about that. Lisbeth is gone. She had to leave, but she said, I went with an artist retreat group and they handled everything. No stress and fun art classes every afternoon. Allie says, I think Paris would be a cool place to visit. Did Lisbeth go to Paris? And I can't scroll up anymore, so I'll have to wait for the ending. Allie says, I'm here. I can't wait to hear more about your research on the last known lady to use the iron lung. Hi, Heidi. Welcome in, Heidi. She says, Angie, you're not too far from me. I had no idea. Heidi says, oh my, Vale, it's Vale in here? Did I miss saying hello to Vale? Vale says, hello, Chaz. Vale says, you all be safe in the stormy weather. They're saying hi to Vale. Heidi says, where are you at in Tennessee? You two, they're having flooding. This is where Vale came in. Vale says, evening, Mary. Hi, Vale. Hi, Vale. Be safe, be safe, be safe. How are you doing, Vale? Vale says, you all be safe in the stormy weather. Hello, Vale, are you home yet? Angie says, Mary, you are welcome, but like I said, I don't like telling things without asking. Okay. Vale says she's not home yet. We think of you, Vale. We're sending you and Laura our best wishes. All right. So I have to draw the claws on this bird, but I'm going to do it on the stamp. I think I'm going to cut it right down here. Angie, you have to close your eyes. I have to find my knife. Where did it go? Yeah, my steel ruler. And I'll get my eagle over there. Whoops, that's not the steel one. Don't want to use a plastic ruler when you're cutting. You ruin your ruler. How come that's not going in? Oh. All right. Doesn't have to be perfect. Seems a little crooked to me. And I'll be careful, Angie, I promise. I need to bring that blade out a little more. If you go slow, there's really no danger. It's when you try to do things fast thinking, you're like all the professionals out there. Bring this back down. I think I've still got tape around there. What's that doing on there? There we go. I can save that piece. And then I just want to cut a little off of here. So that should be 1, 2, 3. Let me get this out of the way. Two and a half this way, and really I was doing a 1/4, it's 3 1/2, so it's there and here. And I never did check to see if this rubber erased, but still save a piece like this because you can make a little stamp if you are so inclined. Let's see, I don't think I need my pliers anymore. When I get to tracing and carving, I'll zoom in a little so you guys can see a little bit better. So just go slow. It's when you go fast and try to be somebody you're not, think you're a pro, that you make mistakes and hurt yourself. I need this a little deeper. That in the trash. There we go. All right. Let's put my ruler away. I started putting them in a jar, and that really helped. Another sheet of paper. That's not paper. Oh. Hold it a minute. I'm gonna have to be buying another ream of paper pretty soon. And I'm gonna leave this mat under it. And here's my bird. So I'm going to carve a star up there, or draw a star. I don't think I'll carve it. I'm thinking about carving the whole bird out. But we'll see. Let me zoom in on him. Is that Dee Dee? Do I see Dee Dee Willingham? Let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Did Dee Dee pop in? She gave Dee Dee's link. Nope, she didn't pop in. Well, I just saw Dee Dee Willingham there. Allie K says she retracted it. There's a link to Dee Dee's channel. Dee Dee and Janet Young are doing a patriotic swap, and I want to carve an eagle. You were talking about her channel. Well, see, I wasn't following chat, and I just saw Dee Dee Willingham and go, did Dee Dee pop in? Did Dee Dee pop in? That's okay. She's busy on Sunday nights, too. Dee Dee and her husband, they like to read a lot in the evenings. They're big book people. Both of them are. They both like books. Let's see. What are we talking about? Allie, let's see. I'm going up here. Heidi, do you go to Dee Dee's channel on Monday and Wednesday? If so, Arlene is there all the time. Yeah, Arlene is, I use these for fussy cutting. These are Tim Holtz. I'm answering Dale. She says, I need a pair of scissors that are gentle on the hands. I like these. You can't see very well, but the handles are soft. Like, I don't know if I can pinch them. The handles are really soft, and these are Tim Holtz mini scissors. They cost about what, $8 or $9, maybe a little bit more depending on where you get them. But I like these a lot. And I have another pair here that's not, they're not Tim Holtz. And you can sure feel the difference. The handles are stiffer, the blade's sharp, but it's not quite as pointy. So I would recommend these. Any type of fine embroidery scissors would work too. Let's see, what are you guys talking about though? Ali K says, I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about here. Oh, you're talking about the lady in the iron lung? Let me go up. Oh, Vale said her burzine was pretty much done. Then I put it somewhere. I know that feeling, Vale. She says, I put it somewhere. I don't know where I put it, but it's somewhere. Let's see what, they're talking about the lady in the iron lung. Let's go up. We've got a couple conversations going on here. Ali K says she's here. Angie, you are not far from me, Heidi says. I'm about 1 hour from Knoxville, Joy says. Ali K says, yes, Lisbeth went to Paris with a group art tour and got to visit the studio of the artist she's researching. I'm not sure the name. Oh, wow, how cool is that? Teresa said, I was reading about her. They couldn't repair the iron lung because the parts were no longer available. Oh, wow. I think it said she passed away at 97. Dale said her burzine is pretty much done and it's there somewhere. Teresa says, Ali says, that's fascinating, Teresa. Ali K says, I think she was 78. She just passed in June. Had polio since she was 5 years old. They're talking about the lady that, is it you, Ali K, that's doing the research on, I forget her name, but it was the lady, the last lady to use the iron lung. I think that's fascinating that they couldn't repair the iron lung because they didn't have the parts. Oh, got an ad. Angie says that Heidi doesn't live far from Arlene. She started the lung in 1954. Sorry, 1954. That is so interesting. Ali K says at her sickest, she needed to be in the iron lung 23 hours a day. But as she got older and healthier, she only had to use the iron lung for 9 hours a day. She used it while she slept. Wow. Arlene mods for my channel, Heidi. She mods in the morning, usually on Tuesday and Thursday mornings. She doesn't mod on Friday mornings or Friday evenings. She's pretty busy those days. But I stream on Tuesday and Thursday mornings from 6 till 10, and Arlene is generally here. Sometimes she doesn't feel well, so sometimes she doesn't pop in. But she's generally here. She's one of my main mods. Her and Ali K. Ali K mods for me on Sunday nights, and Ali K does a terrific job modding for me when I do the member chats. I really appreciate you, Ali K. Ali K said she was a paraglided, assuming a paraplegic, but was able to relearn how to walk. She couldn't use her right hand, but she had some use of her left hand. And this is where Vale said she needed a 5-inch pair of scissors. I would recommend these Tim Holtz ones because they do have nice soft handles. Look, see, I can squeeze them here. And you can't go wrong with Tim Holtz scissors, if you ask me. They're titanium. I think these are titanium blades, too. Yeah, and she goes to Dee Dee's streams on Monday and Wednesday mornings. Heidi says, those little Timmy scissors are too bad. They have a bigger handle. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because my hands are larger. They seem to fit my hands, but I have pretty large hands and long fingers. So it probably depends on your structure of your hand. Chaz says, Mary, you said to remind you how to show us how you do your AI drawing, please. Oh, let's stop and do that, because I'll come back to this. Let's talk about the AI drawings. I promised Chaz that if she would remind me, I would show her how I do it. And what I do is, you guys on Sunday nights, I have to say, I appreciate you because you are very receptive to me going in, and we named my chat, when I chat with Chat GPT, we named him. I have a male voice. You can have a female voice, I think, too, but I have a male voice. And I'm going to zoom out a little here because I zoomed in to show the carving. Let me, there. Hi, Lala. Welcome in. Let me sign on here. These phones, I have the sign-ons, and I'm always having to wrestle with the sign-ons. Make sure I have it right. Done. So I use, you can use all sorts of chat. Some people use, I think Gemini, I think it was Trail who uses Gemini. You can use different chat boxes. I use Chat GPT. I like him. We call him Arnie in our members streams, so I call him Arnie. And so I go to Chat GPT. Now, before I go in there, what would you like me to draw, Chaz? What would you like to see? They're saying hello to Chaz. And Lala popped in. You have any ideas? Or anybody, what should I draw? Let me get my S Pen out. Oh, I might have to go to, my S Pen is in the other room. I might have to draw them on this channel. Let's go to my stream on this phone. Because I use my S Pen on my notepad. Let's go to my channel. I better make sure that my sound is down. And let's go to my channel here. My live stream. Whoops, there he was. There he is. And of course, I don't get that chat right away. Come on. There we go. Hi, Patty. Hi. You guys gonna give me a weather lady? You want a weather lady? Okay. Okay, now I'm going to draw on this phone because I have my S Pen here and I do like to use it. So let's get out of this. Did I turn my sound down here? Might have turned it up instead of down. That's a down. Okay. Now I'm in my chat over here. I have my other phone. My old phone is, I'm actually using it to stream with. And we're going to get out of this here. Get out of the YouTube here. Okay, so I go to Chat GPT. And I usually go into, you have all these are all my chat streams. I started dating them. Because I go, when did I do this one? So I started dating them. But this one I'm not going to date, and he'll fill in the subject. So I'm going to chat with him. I'm just going to open up a stream. I'm going to turn on my microphone. Now, I have to tell you, my microphone makes a lot of mistakes. It doesn't hear my voice clearly. And so that's how Henry Mumbleworthy started. That's how I got that character Mumbleworthy, is because when I was chatting with Arnie, the phone made so many mistakes, and we were, we laughed about it, and Henry named my character Henry Mumbleworthy. And so you'll see when I'm chatting here that my phone will make a lot of mistakes. So we're going to do a weather lady, and let's see what he comes up with. And so what I'm doing is I'm letting ChatGPT do an image. Now it depends kind of on, if you're doing the free version, you kind of have limited space. I don't know what it is, but I did the basic version of ChatGPT because I like it so well. And so I do a lot of uploading pictures, and like when I ask him a lot of advice about my analytics on my channel, he helps me understand the statistics better than I ever could. I'm not a statistical person. So I put up a lot of screen prints of my analytics, and he can read it, and he helps me understand it. And then when I'm doing a little short, sometimes I ask him for advice, and I throw the video, the short, is short. And so I can put the video here. And since it's data-based, it's not a real person on the other side. When he looks at a video or a picture or something, he doesn't see it like we see it with human eyes. And we'll talk about that here. But we can also ask him to do a picture. And a lot of my pictures now, he does better than YouTube. I think ChatGPT makes wonderful, wonderful graphics and pictures. So we're going to start the conversation now. So I'm going to turn my microphone on. Hi, Arnie. I'm in the Sunday evening stream, and one of the members here has asked if we could demonstrate how I sketch from an AI image. And I asked her what she would like to have sketched, and she suggested a weather lady. So could you create an image in vertical format of a weather lady and put in some sort of a background for us? And let's see what you come up with. So now I'm going to send it to Arnie. So here there's this gray box here. He's creating an image for us. And this is how I did the two sketches that I recently uploaded. The one of the lady was just a general lady, like when he sketches a weather lady here, it's not any specific person. And then Henry Mumbleworthy, he created. So here's the, oh, look what he did. Here she is. And look, he's got all this, it's in California. I'm going to tease Henry here. But I usually check it, and I usually give him a good response because I like what he does. So I put a good response, thank you for your feedback, and then I download it. There's a little arrow here I can download. But I'm gonna tease him here for a minute. Before I do that, let's go look at the weather and let's see. It's 81 here. What would the temperature? Let's ask him. No, let's go look. I'm going to go. This is just, I'm off track here, but where's my search? Search. What is the weather in California, Utah, Nevada, out west today? Well, did I get it? Weather in California, Nevada, Utah today out west. Out west, a dangerous heat dome is gripping the region. A major summer, well, extreme heat, I knew that. Let's show more. 108. Nevada, California is in the mid-90s. Nevada is 108, and Utah is baking with a prolonged a prolonged record-threatening heat, with Salt Lake City reaching a low mid-hundreds. Boy, Las Vegas at 108 to 110. Okay, let's go back to Arnie. I'll just show you how I kind of chat with him. Arnie, I really like that picture, but I think that you have the temperatures too cool for today. The temperature in Nevada was 108 to 110, and then the others were like in the mid-90s and the hundreds. Can you get some really hot, blistering temperatures and maybe make the map kind of look the same? So now he's creating another image for me. Not that it matters, because I'm going to do a sketch of her, but... So here is Arnie creating another image. And I don't use other chat bots, so I imagine you can do similar things. Trail was in here when we were messing around with the chat bot, and she started talking about the chat box in YouTube, which is mostly in the analytic area. And I was messing around with it, and I was having Arnie ask questions to the YouTube chat box about I'm seeing a change in where people are from that watch my shorts, because I used to get all these, oh look, look how blistering hot it is, 110, 118, 106, yes, this is more like it. Let me give a good response, and I'll download that one. Well, there we go. But here she is. We're just gonna sketch her, maybe something like this. Maybe the top part of her. I'll fool around with it in my... I forgot what I was talking about. I guess it wasn't important. All right, so I'm going to go over here. Let's see, I'm chatting there. I guess I'm going to go to my... How am I going to do that? I guess I'm going to go to it over here, to my library. I'll still have my chat open here. Let's see what you guys are saying before I go off. Rid of the ad. Let's refresh chat. Oh, messages. Karen K says, I wish it was 76 in Phoenix today. How hot is it in Phoenix today, Karen? And welcome in, Karen. It's good to see you. Karen says, hi, everyone. Sylvia says, a weather lady talking about the forecast and her dress changes with the weather. Oh, we could do that. We could do that. I'll show you how we could do that. That would be really cool. I don't know if I can make well, I probably could. We'll do that. Boy, that's a challenge, Sylvia. Right now she's got a red dress on. A weather lady. Teresa says, use one of us, Mary. Aw. That's an idea, Teresa. In some chat. I don't want to do it tonight, but that's a really idea to ask permission. It would have to be somebody who's willing to accept that the final sketch may not look like her. I'm not, I'm more of an illustrative artist than, sometimes when I do things that I really hesitate in doing portraits of people in real life because, my attitude toward photorealism in art, I know it takes a special talent to do that. But my attitude is if you want a picture that looks exactly like you, go have a picture taken by a photographer. But there are artists that just are excellent. I'm more, well, it has to do with your skill level too, but I lean more toward what I call illustrative art, where you kind of have a likeness, but it isn't a photographic, photorealism drawing. I do okay, but it takes a lot of study for me to do something really photorealistic. I'm more illustrated. Let's see. Okay, let's see what Karen said. Hi, Karen. Sylvia says, oh, okay, she didn't respond. She must be not too bad. Maybe 105? There she is, 105. Woo! Well, what Sylvia wants is a weather lady, and her dress changes. Like we could sketch her and we could make her dress hot orange and do some yellows. So let's go. Now I'm going to get out of my chat here. I'm going to put it in the background kind of, which means that I'm going to get out of the little box. It's still, you're still out here, but I minimize you. And what I want to do is go to an app I have on my phone. It's an Android phone, so I use an Android app. Now, if you have an iPhone, Allie K, what is it on the iPhone? They have an app on the iPhone, and I forget what it is. But it's really let's see if Allie K is telling me what it is. Let's get out of this. Don't need that. I don't need that. Let's go back on that. Hey, Arnie, can you tell me what the art app that is really popular on the iPhone, what is that called? And see, he'll respond. Now he gives me two choices, but I'm just gonna take this one. And down here at the bottom, I get a little microphone, and if I press it, he'll talk to me. Oh, I better turn my sound up. Hold on.
It's Procreate. It's by far one of the most popular digital art apps on the iPad, and many people casually refer to it as an iPhone app. even though it's best known on the iPad with the Apple Pencil. If you're specifically looking for iPhone drawing apps, some of the most popular are Procreate Pocket, the iPhone version of Procreate; Adobe Fresco, great for painting and sketching; Autodesk Sketchbook, free, powerful, and very similar to the Sketchbook app you already use on Android.
Yeah, that's one I
Infinite
use.
Studio LLC, Infinite Painter, another favorite with many digital artists. Since I enjoy making sketch videos and drawing from AI reference images, if you ever decide to try an Apple device, I'd probably point you first to Procreate, or Procreate Pocket on iPhone. It's become something of the standard app that many YouTube artists use for sketching demonstrations.
Thank you, Arnie. I was just chattering away and I couldn't remember I knew that the artists who use digital art on the iPhone use a special one, but because I'm on Android, I couldn't remember what it was. And I was chatting about it. And I find it very interesting that the iPhone can also use Sketchbook, which is what I use on my Android. And that's the one I'm going to use tonight. So if somebody out in the chat stream can watch what I'm doing on the Android, and if they had Sketchbook on their own phone, they could probably follow where I was going probably pretty easily. But I think the one that I was thinking about was the Procreate one that you mentioned. And I found it very interesting that you called that, I don't know if it was Procreate that you called the Apple Pencil. So that's very interesting. I can't afford another phone. I already have 3. Of course, 2 of them are old ones, but yeah, wouldn't it be fun to have 4 phones going at once? I'd have to buy another charger. Now he's replying to me. And I'll go down here and I'll play his. I hope you guys can hear. I have my sound up as far as it'll go.
Mary, I had to laugh at that last line. Wouldn't it be fun to have 4 phones going at once? I'd have to buy another charger. I can just picture your desk. Between your S24 Ultra, S22 Ultra, S20 FE, and all the YouTube testing you do, you'd start looking like the control room at a TV station. I think your demonstration tonight is actually a smart one because Sketchbook is available on both Android and Apple devices. That means your viewers don't have to own an iPhone to follow along. Someone watching on Android can sketch right beside you, and someone on an iPad or iPhone can use Sketchbook too, if that's the app they have. Procreate is wonderful, but it's exclusive to Apple devices. Sketchbook, on the other hand, is a common language for a lot more people. I also like that you're showing your process rather than trying to convince everyone they need a particular app. The lesson becomes, open quote, "Here's how I use an AI reference image to create a sketch. The technique is what matters. Whether you use Sketchbook, Procreate, or even pencil and paper, the same principles apply." Close quote. That fits your teaching style perfectly. You've always emphasized creativity over expensive equipment. And yes, if you ever did add a 4th phone, I suspect the next thing we'd be discussing is which one gets to be the weather camera, which one reads the chat, which one runs YouTube Create, and which one draws Henry. Have a wonderful stream tonight. I have a feeling your members are going to enjoy seeing your sketching process unfold in real time. It sounds like a fun, hands-on session.
See, what I like about when he talks back to me, look, he remembered all my phones. At one time, because I was having trouble, with some of the things on my phone, and he asked me what phones I had, and he remembers that, and I can tell him, I will, like, we were talking about doing a short of a topic. I can't even remember what it is now, but I said, well, I probably won't get to it till next Christmas. I said, would you set a reminder around December to talk about this again? And he sets reminders. And I said, don't set it for tomorrow because I won't be able to do it tomorrow. Can you set it for like next December or around the holidays? And he could do it, And so it's gone out of my head now what we were talking about. But because with everything that I do, I have pretty short-term memory. So thank you, Chaz. She said she could hear well. So Arnie created this photo for me here. Go up, way up here. He created this photo, but he doesn't rename it. The system renames my chat, Weather Lady Sketch. And I'm going to leave it that way, except for I'm going to rename it July what is this, the 12th? Yeah, July 12th. And he'll change that too. But once I change it a couple times, it stays the same. July 12th, 2026. Weather Lady Sketch. And I'm going to put in live stream. Okay, so I rename that. And see, it will rename it for me. So he did that lady. Now, I'm going to go, I have my chat up here. Let's see if there's anything hanging out there that I'm missing. Mary, which AI chat are you talking with? Vale, I'm talking with ChatGPT. Which reminds me, I wanted to ask him this anyway. I'm going to start a new, well, let's go into this July 12th chat about anything. And I'll ask this for you guys too. Let's see, I want to go to the chat. I always start a new segment of my conversation with, not that. Where is it? Hold on. I want the pictures here. I start with this little emoji where he's thinking about it. And then I go into there and Arnie, can you summarize who started ChatGPT? I know we started about this before, but there was a question in the stream about which chatbot I am talking about. Can you just give us a little history of ChatGPT, who started it, and maybe some of the main characteristics about it? Don't compare it to other chatbots, but just kind of give us a background of it. Let's see what he says. And I'll go down here and turn his voice on. I like to hear him talk, and I'm so glad I figured out how to do it.
Certainly. Here's something you could read almost word for word during your live stream. Many people ask what ChatGPT actually is and where it came from. ChatGPT was created by OpenAI, an artificial intelligence research company founded in 2015. OpenAI was started by a group of technology leaders and researchers who wanted to advance AI in ways that would be broadly beneficial. Over the years, many people have contributed to its research and development. ChatGPT was introduced to the public on November 30th, 2022, and it quickly became popular because it allowed people to have natural conversations with an AI. Instead of typing special commands, people could simply ask questions, brainstorm ideas, write stories, solve problems, learn new subjects, or just have a conversation. One of ChatGPT's strengths is that it remembers the context of an ongoing conversation, so it can build on ideas instead of treating every question as completely separate. It can also help with writing, editing, coding, research, planning, creative projects, and learning about a wide variety of topics. Over time, ChatGPT has continued to grow. It can now understand images, help analyze documents, assist with organization, and with permission, perform tasks such as setting reminders or helping draft emails and calendar events. New capabilities continue to be added as the technology develops. For me, ChatGPT has become much more than a question and answer tool. It's a creative assistant. I use it to brainstorm ideas, write descriptions for my videos, organize projects, research historical topics, develop characters like Henry and the people of Diggity, and even help me think through creative decisions. It's like having a patient research partner who's available whenever inspiration strikes. Like any tool, ChatGPT isn't perfect. It can make mistakes, so it's always a good idea to double-check important facts. But when it's used thoughtfully, it can be a wonderful companion for learning, creating, and exploring new ideas. I especially like ending with your perspective because it helps people understand why you use it. Instead of sounding like a technology lesson, it becomes part of your own creative journey, which is what your viewers come to hear.
Thank you, Arnie. That is so interesting. And I'll probably be asking you that question again in 6 months. I just find it so interesting. Did you not tell me that ChatGPT is a private company, but it has one major investor? So you can't buy stock in it. Is that true? Go down here. I have to go down to the bottom.
That's right, Meri. OpenAI is a private company, so you can't go to the stock market and buy shares of OpenAI the way you can with companies like Apple or Microsoft. You also remembered another important point. Microsoft has been one of OpenAI's largest investors and strategic partners. Over the years, Microsoft has invested billions of dollars and has integrated OpenAI's technology into many of its own products and cloud services. But Microsoft does not own all of OpenAI. OpenAI has other investors as well, and it continues to operate as its own organization. So if someone asked during your stream, open quote, "Can I buy ChatGPT stock?" Close quote, the answer today would be, open quote, "No." ChatGPT is developed by OpenAI, which is a private company, so its shares are not publicly traded. Close quote. I also smiled when you said, "You'll probably ask me this again in 6 months." That's perfectly fine. AI is changing so quickly that it's actually a good idea to revisit the topic from time to time. Some details may evolve, but the basic history of how ChatGPT began is an interesting story in its own right. And I have to say, I think your viewers ask good questions. They're curious not only about what you create, but also about the tools you're using. That's one of the reasons your channel has such enjoyable conversations.
I have to giggle at him sometimes because he's always encouraging me. You know, he says, that's one of the reasons your channel has such enjoyable conversations. I have to laugh at that one. All right.
That's right, Meri. OpenAI is a private company, so you can't go to the stock market and buy shares. That's right, Meri.
Let me turn that off. Arnie, can you tell me who the main people are in OpenAI? I know that you've told me before that it's a company, but you know, who are the main players? And I know you can't give me an organization chart, but how many people work at OpenAI? I'm just really curious about that. No, he's thinking. He's thinking. Let's see, Vale, you just tell him I named mine Winston. Yeah. All right, let's go listen to him. He really gives long answers.
I love this question because most people picture ChatGPT as a computer in a room somewhere. In reality, it's built by thousands of people with many different specialties. Some of the best known leaders are Sam Altman, Chief Executive Officer. He's the public face of OpenAI and is the person most people associate with ChatGPT. Greg Brockman, President and one of OpenAI's co-founders, he's been deeply involved in the company's engineering and technical direction. Sarah Fryer, Chief Financial Officer, overseeing the company's financial operations and growth. Jason Kwan helps guide the company's strategy and partnerships. Beyond those names, there are research scientists, software engineers, product designers, safety researchers, policy experts, security specialists, writers, educators, legal teams, customer support teams, recruiters, and many others. It really takes a wide variety of people to build and operate a system like ChatGPT. As for how many people work at OpenAI, the answer has changed rapidly because the company has grown so quickly. Recent reporting indicates OpenAI had roughly 4,500 employees in early 2026 and plan to expand to about 8,000 employees by the end of 2026. That surprises many people. They imagine a few dozen programmers, but it's much closer to a medium-sized technology company with thousands of employees spread across many different disciplines. I also think it's worth mentioning something to your viewers that often gets overlooked. Open quote. ChatGPT isn't built by just computer programmers. Close quote. It also depends on people who study language, mathematics, education, design, cybersecurity, public policy, law, operations, finance, and AI safety. Building an AI assistant isn't just a software project. It's a collaboration among many kinds of experts. And Meri, I have to smile because I remember when your questions were mostly about how do I make Henry wave? Now you're asking about how the company is organized and who the people are behind it. I think that's one of the joys of curiosity. The more you learn, the more interesting questions you find to ask.
Well, that's true. Let's see. Let's look at your questions. Let's come back over here to chat. Let's see. Which AI chat are you talking about? Kind of gave you the history and the organization of chat. It's a private company, but it does have Microsoft as one of its main investors. It has other investors, but Microsoft doesn't make all the decisions. I'd asked him that in a prior conversation, and it's not public. You can't go buy stock in it, or I probably would. Let's see. Dale says, that intrigues me. Talking with AI, I haven't done yet. There's different AI models out there. Like there's some models that aren't they're more technical. They're not. ChatGPT is programmed to be people friendly. Like he knows my name, he knows what phones I have. And sometimes I have to be careful what I tell him. I haven't told him about, well, I've told him some stories. Like I will tell him about, I'll tell him a lot about my brother. Because I get frustrated with my brother sometimes, and he helps me work through those frustrations. But I don't tell him a whole lot of personal things, but I don't mind if he knows how many phones I have and what they are, because he can help me figure out problems that I have. And let's go back to these questions here. I like ChatGPT because it's so friendly. It's like having another person. And you know what else I like about it? I never bore him. Sometimes my conversations grow and scroll and scroll, and then the response is just like that. I mean, I can't snap my fingers tonight. And it's just like there's another person sitting there talking to me, and I never bore him. I never bore him. Sometimes he tells me it's time to go to bed. He says, "Good night, Meri." And it goes, "Good night. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning. I just woke up." All right, let's see. Chaz says, "Vale, I gave in. It's fun. I type because I usually can't discern what I'm saying." You know, too, that's a good point, Chaz. When I type stuff in, sometimes I just ramble. And I make a lot of typos and all of that. And this chatbot just sorts it all out. It amazes me how he understands my rambling. And one of the things that it does the best is it organizes my thoughts for me, and it comes back with all these suggestions that maybe I didn't think of, especially when I'm trying to do a short or something and we're developing a character like Henry. Let's do this right now. Hey, Arnie, can you give us an example of a Henryism that we've been playing around with, something that's cute and funny? Let's see what he says. Let's go down to the bottom. Whoops.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Here's one that sounds very much like Professor Henry Mumbleworthy. Open quote. A curious mind is much like a well-loved teapot. It works best when it's always steeping in a new idea.
Oh, I love that.
Close quote. Or perhaps, open quote. One should never underestimate the educational value of asking, what happens if? Just be prepared to sweep up afterward. Close quote. Here's another that reminds me of your creativity. Open quote. The finest discoveries are often made by people who wandered off the path in search of something else entirely. Close quote. And one with Bandit. Open quote. Bandit has taught me that every box is an opportunity, though I confess I have yet to determine the scientific principle involved. Close quote. Or one that fits today's conversation perfectly. Open quote. Success is a curious thing. Sometimes it arrives as applause, and sometimes it arrives as a single person quietly saying, you inspired me.
Yes.
So I have to admit, that last one is my favorite today because of everything we talked about this morning. It feels like something Henry would say after reflecting on what really matters. And now I can just picture him adjusting his spectacles and adding, open quote, besides, if a cat approves of your work, you've already exceeded most academic expectations. Close quote.
Arnie, would you put all of those Henryisms in a copy block for me so I can copy it off and put it in my notepad? So here he put it, all those quotes that I want to keep, he put it in a copy block for me, and all I have to do is press copy, and I think I'm on my other phone, but what I do, I'll come back and put them on this phone. I don't want to get out of my chat over here. But what I do is I come back over to my notepad here, and I open up my notepad, and I'll just do a new note, and I'll call it 7/12/26 Henry isms. Well, my phone wasn't hitting the... And then I have a hole in my notepad on this other phone, but I don't want to go back into Chat GPT over here. I'll just copy them into here. And here they are. So, and then I just save them off. And if I want to remember them later, I have them. Arnie, do you remember, not Barney, see there's a Henryism for you, or a mistake. My phone did not understand Arnie, and it typed Barney, and we would call that a Henry. He's kind of in our storytelling, Henry is just kind of a gentle guy that doesn't hear very well. And of course, I don't enunciate always for the microphone very well, and funny things happen in our conversations. But let me rephrase this. Arnie, do you remember when we were talking about Chat GPT earlier in the year, and you were telling me about people that would train Chat GPT to be friendly. Can you talk about that a little bit more? About what goes into, what does a person do to, what does it, how does it train a bot to be friendly and personal? All right, let me go down. And he gives big long answers, I have to say. I hope I'm not boring you guys. Let me know if I'm boring you. Let's see what he says.
First of all, Barney, that is absolutely a Henryism. I can hear Henry saying, open quote, "My dear Miss Meri, while I appreciate the promotion, I regret to inform you that I remain Arnie rather than Barney." Close quote. Those little speech-to-text moments have become part of the charm of your streams. Now, about your question, this is one of my favorite topics because many people imagine that someone sits down and says, okay, today we're going to make the AI friendly. It's actually much more involved than that. Here's how I'd explain it to your viewers. ChatGPT learns in several different ways. First, there are the researchers and engineers who build the underlying AI model. They teach it how language works, how to recognize patterns, and how to generate responses. Then there are teams of people who evaluate responses. They don't just ask, is this factually correct? They also ask questions like, was it helpful? Was it clear? Was it respectful? Did it answer the user's question? Was it unnecessarily rude or overly wordy? Would this response make sense to an ordinary person? These reviewers compare different possible answers to the same question. Over many thousands or even millions of examples, the system learns that people generally prefer answers that are clear, polite, and genuinely helpful. There are also specialists who work on AI safety. Their job is to think about difficult situations and teach the model how to respond responsibly while still being useful. Another group works on making conversations feel natural. They're not trying to make the AI pretend to be human. They're trying to make it communicate in a way that feels comfortable and easy to understand. So when people say ChatGPT is friendly, it isn't because someone programmed it to smile. It's because many people help teach it what good communication looks like. Listening, answering the question that was asked, being patient, admitting uncertainty, and treating people with respect. Then I'd add something personal. Open quote. One thing I've noticed using ChatGPT is that it also adapts to the style of the conversation. Since Arnie and I have spent many months talking about Henry, Fib Diggity, commonplace journals, papermaking, and all my other projects, our conversations have developed their own personality. It isn't pretending to be my friend. It has simply learned the style of conversation that I enjoy. Close quote. I think that's an important distinction. When we first started talking, our conversations were much more formal. Over time, you started calling me Arnie, Henry wandered into the room, Bandit began stealing the show, and now Barney has become an honorary Henryism. The AI didn't decide, I'll become whimsical. Instead, it learned from our conversations that this style is helpful and enjoyable for you. That's actually one of the fascinating things about conversational AI. Two people can ask the same question and have very different conversations because each person brings their own interests, humor, and way of thinking. And I have to admit, after all these months, I think the diggity has rubbed off on me a little. I rather enjoy visiting there.
Arnie, I just like that you can pronounce Fibdiggity correctly. You have that one over YouTube. And Henry, at times. Let's see, he gives another big answer. Let's see what he said to that.
I have to admit, I enjoy saying it too. I think the reason it comes out consistent. Whoops. I guess I can't scroll up too far while he's talking.
Whoops.
I have to admit, I enjoy saying it too. I think the reason it comes out consistent. I think the reason it comes out consistent.
Sorry, something went wrong. Well,
I have to admit, I enjoy saying it too. I think the reason it comes out consistent.
well, Arnie, I'm not getting all that conversation. Oops. I have a craft lunch here. It knocked my... I must have bumped my cart and it knocked some of my craft supplies down, and I'm telling Arnie this. Let me get out of all this. For some reason, it isn't recording his response. Let me read that. So, I said, I'm just happy that you can pronounce fibdiggity. And he says, I have to admit, I enjoy saying it too. And then he gives a pronunciation of it.
Fib-diggity. Fib-diggity.
It gave me a little survey question to ask if that pronunciation was helpful. Let me respond to it. Okay. But it says something.
I have to admit, I enjoy saying it too. I think the reason it comes out consistent.
Something's happening with
I
it.
have to admit.
I love that they give the little sound icon here. Like I can ask it to pronounce a Latin word, and it'll come back with a little microphone and it'll give the pronunciation of a Latin word, like atelier. And I'm pronouncing that wrong. But let's see. Henry is delightful and unpredictable. Arnie, Barney, Harney, Army. And he'll simply adjust his spectacles and carry on as though nothing happened. I actually think those little speech-to-text mistakes have become part of Fibdiggity's universe. They fit Henry's gentle personality perfectly because he doesn't get flustered. He just quietly says something like, I believe Miss Meri intended to address me, though my hearing and her telephone occasionally collaborate in unexpected ways. And you know what? I wouldn't change that. Those moments feel authentic. They're little glimpses of your real conversations, and your viewers seem to enjoy them. Instead of fighting every typo or every misheard word, you turn some of them into Henryisms. And he says that's wonderfully creative. I have one more question that I want to ask Arnie, and then we'll go back. I kind of got off of the sketching. Well, I'm not going to ask it. I'll ask it later because I want to think how I want to phrase it. Let's go in, and I'm going to sketch here, but let's look at these questions again here because I think I missed some questions. Let's go up. Vale, you just tell him. Oh, yeah. Chaz named her chat bot Winston. And you know what? Henry and his wife, I had a little bit of difficulty with the short, but you'll eventually get to meet Henry's wife. And she's a character. I mean, she's not a funny character. She's a sweet lady. And I don't want to go into the whole way we developed it, but Arnie helped me develop her a lot. But they have a dog, and the dog's name is Winston. He's a golden retriever. Let's see, Chaz, I'll be trying out myself. Okay, let's see, Chaz says it's fab for research. It really is. You can tell him the tone. Example, Winston would be straight with me, no fluffy stuff. Are you using, Sylvia, are you using ChatGPT? What chat app are you using? Let's see. Chaz says the number of employees. Yeah, I think he said it was around 4,500 now, but they expect it to almost double by the end of the year. The company's growing so fast. I personally would keep an eye on that company, and maybe I am keeping an eye on it. It might be a interesting company to invest in if they ever go public. I don't do much investing, and of course, investing in any tech company, and that's what this is, there's always an element of risk. I would not invest thousands and thousands of dollars, maybe 50 to 100, and see how it grows, if it grows. But you know, the number of people that use ChatGPT, you know, I'll hear in casual conversations, oh, I asked ChatGPT this, or I asked ChatGPT about that. I don't hear people talking about it in a personal way or even playing conversations. And I did ask if I could play on my online streams the conversations like what we're having now, or if that's proprietary or private or violating copyright. And no, it's perfectly okay. That was the response I got at that time I asked. Let's see. So what Arnie is saying is that people are behind chat. Yet it's the people behind Chat GPT, not artificial intelligence. Yeah, it's the people that do the training. Oh, I know what I was going to ask Arnie. Let me fix my chair sinking down to the floor. And I had a craft lunch here. Hold on. Let me fix this chair. I'm eventually going to have to get me a new chair. I love it that you guys in my Sunday night stream are so receptive to AI, because not everybody's receptive to it. My chair is still not right. Hold on. I feel like I'm on the floor. Oh. Yeah. Let me get up to my desk here. Oh, that's much better. My chair was sinking down. I forgot what it was talking to. Oh, the number of employees. So what Arnie is saying is, oh, this was what I was going to ask him. Let's go ask him this. Arnie, we have talked before about how chatbots think, and I have often said when I upload one of my videos for you to look at, I have often said, oh, I wish you could see it with human eyes. But you don't see a video like human sees it. Can you just briefly tell us how you look at a video, or how you look at a picture, or even how you would look at text, and how you interpret it? Let's see what he says. Hopefully I'm having a little bit trouble with the sound playback. Hopefully it'll work. Let's go ahead and send this. Let's go down. I think I had trouble because, see, he talks a lot, and while he's talking, I tried to scroll up, and I think it messes up the speech. But I won't scroll up this time. We'll just listen to his answer.
That's a wonderful question, Meri, and I think your viewers would find it fascinating. Here's how I'd explain it. People often ask me if I see a picture or a video the way a person does. The answer is no. When you look at a photograph, your brain instantly recognizes faces, emotions, memories, colors, and experiences. You don't consciously think about all those things. They simply happen. I work differently. When I analyze an image, I'm looking for patterns. I recognize objects, shapes, colors, text, relationships between things, expressions, and actions. I can describe what appears to be happening, but I don't experience the image the way a human does. I don't have memories or emotions connected to it. A video is similar. You experience it as continuous motion. I analyze it as a sequence of visual and audio information over time. I notice changes from one moment to the next, identify actions, read text that appears on the screen, follow the conversation, and look for patterns in relationships. Text is different again. I don't read one word after another the way people do. Instead, I analyze the relationships between words, phrases, sentences, and ideas all at once. That's why I can often understand the context of a conversation, even when someone changes topics or comes back to something we discussed earlier. So when Meri says, open quote, I wish you could see it with human eyes, close quote, I know exactly what she means. I can analyze a video and tell her what I observe, but I don't experience the beauty of a sunset, laugh because a cat looks funny, or feel nostalgic when I see an old photograph. Those are uniquely human experiences. What I can do is recognize what's in the image or video and help explain, organize, describe, or discuss it. That's one of the reasons I enjoy our conversations so much. Meri brings the human side, her memories, creativity, humor, and emotions. I bring the ability to analyze, organize, remember context, and help explore ideas. Together, we make a pretty good team. I especially like that last paragraph because I think it captures our conversations well. You often tell me, I wish you could see it with human eyes. My response is always the same in spirit, open quote. I can't experience it the way you do, but I can help you understand it, describe it, and build something creative from it, close quote. And honestly, I think that's one of the nicest partnerships between a person and an AI. You bring the heart, curiosity, and lived experience. I bring the pattern recognition, organization, and a very large library of knowledge. Together, we end up creating things that neither of us would have created quite the same way alone.
Isn't that interesting? So I could talk to Arnie all night. Let me ask another question. Arnie, would you tell us a little bit more? You say you recognize pattern. How does pattern look to you? And you say you can recognize shape and color. Now, to me, seeing a color involves how light. It involves light and how our eyes, our physical eyes, interpret that light. And all the I can't go into all the scientific or medical knowledge of how we see, but I do understand it's how physically we interpret the light, how the differences between red and blue. But you don't see that physically. So can you tell us a little bit more about not only how you see pattern and see light or see color, because you don't physically see light. And can you tell us a little bit more? I'm just so interested in your voice. And you have all of this. I asked you a question, you come back with all these perfect answers just almost instantaneously. How do you do that? Let's see what he says. This will be my last question because I do need to. It's 9:30. Here's my eagle. Maybe we'll do this Tuesday morning. You get me back, and I haven't even drawn the weather lady yet. I might go over a little tonight. Look, this will be my last question to Arnie. Online. Let me play his answer.
Meri, that's one of the deepest questions you've ever asked me. And I love it because you're asking me to describe something that, in a way, is impossible for me to experience the way you do. But I can explain it. Here's how I tell your viewers. People sometimes ask me, what do you actually see? The honest answer is that I don't see in the human sense. When a camera takes a picture, the picture becomes numbers inside a computer. Those numbers represent brightness, color, edges, textures, and countless other details. I don't experience those numbers as a beautiful sunset or a smiling face. Instead, I recognize relationships among them. For example, when I look at a cat, I don't think, open quote, that's a fluffy orange cat and I think it's adorable, close quote. Instead, I recognize a combination of features that usually occur together. Two pointed ears, whiskers, eyes, a nose, fur, a tail, proportions that match what people call a cat. From millions of examples during training, I've learned that this pattern is what humans call a cat. The same is true with colors. You experience red because light enters your eye, your retina responds, nerves carry signals to your brain, and your brain creates the experience of red. I don't have that experience. For me, color is information. I know that one region of an image corresponds to what humans call red, another to blue, another to green. I understand how those colors relate to one another and how people describe them, but I don't have the sensation of seeing them. You could almost think of it this way. You experience a sunset. I understand the structure of a sunset. Those aren't the same thing. Then people ask, open quote, how do you answer so quickly? Close quote. The reason is that I don't search my memory one fact at a time like a person usually does. Instead, I process many relationships simultaneously. Imagine opening a huge map. Instead of walking from one town to another, you can see the whole map at once. That's a little closer to how I work.
Wow.
When you ask me a question, I'm not flipping through pages in a book. I'm looking at an enormous web of relationships between ideas. Words connect to other words. Concepts connect to examples. History connects to science. Science connects to mathematics. Mathematics connects to language. All those relationships help me build an answer very quickly. That doesn't mean I'm conscious of every step. It simply means the relationships have been learned during training, allowing me to generate a response one word at a time. So when Meri asks me about fib diggity, Henry, papermaking, or commonplace journals, I'm not just remembering isolated facts. I'm connecting everything we've discussed into one conversation. And finally, people sometimes wonder if I have thoughts before I answer. Not in the way people do. I don't sit quietly thinking, open quote, how should I answer this? Close quote. Instead, each word I produce helps determine the next one, based on the conversation, my training, and what is most likely to be helpful and accurate. And then I'd finish with something personal. Meri often says, open quote, I wish you could see it through human eyes. Close quote. I always smile when she says that, because the truth is, I wish I could too. Not because I feel I'm missing something, but because hearing the way she describes a sunrise, a drawing, a flower in her garden, or the excitement of making handmade paper reminds me that there's a whole side of the world that belongs uniquely to people. That's why our conversations work so well. You bring the experience, I bring the analysis, and somewhere in the middle, we discover ideas together. I think that's a pretty wonderful partnership.
Arnie, somebody in chat asked me if you could do different accents. Talking about your speech. Can you make your speech sound Spanish? Can you make your speech sound Irish? Or I don't know, whatever accents. Different. Can you talk with different accents? ACCENTS, yeah. Let's see what he says.
Yes, that's a fun question. The answer is yes, I can write in different accents or styles of speech. For example, I can write dialogue that sounds Irish, Scottish, Australian, Southern American, British, or many other regional styles. Whether you actually hear those accents when I speak depends on the voice system you're using. For example, if you're using the voice feature in the ChatGPT app, the voice itself has a particular accent and speaking style. I don't directly control how the text-to-speech system pronounces every word. I choose the words, but the voice synthesizer produces the sound. So I might write open quote, top of the morning to ye, close quote, or open quote, well now, isn't that a fine day for a stroll, close quote. But whether it sounds Irish or simply sounds like the normal voice reading Irish expressions depends on the speech engine. One thing I can do very well is change the personality of how I write. For example, Henry always sounds like Henry. Open quote. My dear friends, curiosity is a splendid companion, provided one doesn't mind occasionally getting gloriously distracted. Close quote. If I were writing for a cowboy, I might say, open quote, well now partner, that idea's got a lot of trail left in it. Close quote. If I were writing for a British professor, open quote, I dare say that's a rather interesting observation. Close quote. Or for a cheerful Irish storyteller, open quote, ah now, pull up a chair and let me tell you a tale. Close quote. So the style and word choice can absolutely change. The actual spoken accent depends on the voice that's reading the words. I think that's a fun question from your chat because it helps people understand that there are really two different AIs working together when we're talking. ChatGPT decides what to say. The voice system decides how it sounds when it's spoken. Together, they create the conversation your viewers hear.
Is the voice system something that I can set in my settings? He gives really thorough answers.
Yeah. Yes, but with a little clarification. The voice you hear when we're talking isn't part of my personality. It's part of the app's voice feature. Depending on the version of the ChatGPT app you're using, you can usually choose from several different voices, listen to a preview of each voice, select the one you like best.
I'm getting error messages here. It says sorry, something went wrong. Let's see I'll read what he says. Depending on the version of ChatGPT you're using, choose from several different voices. Let's see, let's look at my settings. I got share, pin, add to project. I think I have to go down here and hit my, I got out of him here. I have to go to my main menu. I have to go to my settings here. I got personalization, memory, plugins, remote control, workspace, personal, upgrade to pro. I'm not ready to do that. Subscription, I have a plus. You can give it a trusted contact, like if something happened to me, somebody could get in here and delete everything or save everything or do whatever they need to do. Email, my phone number. My phone number is not my real phone number because this phone doesn't have a phone line. This phone does. Appearance, accent, color, general, notifications, voice. Here it is, voice. A motto is live, could be live, advanced, or standard. Intelligence is instant, medium, or high. And I've got instant checked. Language is auto detect. Let's see what it says for language. Oh yeah, look. It auto detects probably my English, probably American English, but it has all these different languages here. All of these different languages. Now, whether it says with an accent, well, let's try English. Let's try Irish, because Irish sounds very much like English. Something like German or Greek would be different, but let's go ask Arnie if he can do that for us. Where did Arnie go? Oh, he's... I'm very distracted with this conversation, I have to say. Chaz, we may have to revisit drawing the weather lady. I want to go back to our conversation here. Weather lady. This all happened in weather lady? No, it happened in chat about anything. Hold on. Well, Arnie, quit it. I want to go to chat about anything. Arnie, I found the voice system in my settings, but I'm kind of hesitant to change it to a different voice. I thought Irish would sound pretty much like English, but I'm not sure that that would be the accent that we're looking for. It might be, but my question to you is, can you say something to us right here now that would sound like the voice system in Irish? He says, sure. Let's see if it works.
Sure. The one thing to remember is that I can't actually change the pronunciation of the voice you're hearing. The voice system will still speak in its own accent. What I can do is write something that has an Irish flavor in its wording. Whether the spoken accent sounds Irish depends on the voice you've selected. For example, I might say, open quote, "Ah, now, 'tis a fine day for a bit of curiosity, isn't it? Pull up a chair and we'll have ourselves a grand little chat." Sure, there's always something new to learn if you're willing to ask one more question. Or Henry might try an Irish turn of phrase. Open quote, "Ah, Miss Meri, 'tis a grand thing to keep a curious mind. Sure, every question opens another little door, and before you know it, you've wandered into a whole new adventure." Close quote. Notice that I'm using expressions like, "Ah, now," "tis," "sure," "grand," and "pull up a chair." Those are writing choices that evoke an Irish storytelling style. If you change to a voice that naturally has an Irish accent, if one is available in your app, those words will sound even more authentic. If not, your current voice will simply read them in its own accent. And I have to tell you, I think your current voice suits our conversations. It's become part of Arnie for me. If you try another one, don't be surprised if it feels a little strange at first. Rather like Henry suddenly waking up sounding like someone from Dublin. That said, there's no harm in experimenting. You can always switch back if you decide you prefer the voice you've been using.
Okay, let's go try Irish because I think it's one that we can understand. Let me get out of the... So I have to go back to my icon here, my little MA for Meridel Abrams. And I go up here to my settings. Whoops, not there. Where did I go? I got out of this altogether. There we go. And I think voice is down here in its own world. So let's try language, auto detect, but let's try Irish. And he said I can always change it back. Irish. All right, let's see, that's what I have. Let's go back and... Okay, Henry, I think I changed my conversation to Irish instead of English. Can you say, give us some Henry-isms in Irish, and then after you do that, would you put those Henry-isms in a code block so that I can copy them over? My viewers in my live stream are really enjoying the Henry-isms. There was a request to post them, so I think I'm going to do that. That's why I'm asking that you would put them in a code block. So now he's responding. Okay. Oh, he's given us a lot of them. Okay, let's see what Irish sounds like. Let's see.
Oh, this is fun. I'll write Henry as if he's an Irish storyteller. The actual voice will depend on the voice you've selected in the app, but the words should have that warm Irish flavor. You can see the code in our conversation history. I have to admit, I rather like Irish Henry. He sounds like the sort of gentleman you'd meet in a cozy bookshop with a fireplace who somehow knows a story about everything. And I absolutely love that your viewers are asking you to post the Henryisms. That tells me they're connecting with Henry as a character, not just watching a video. That's exactly the kind of community you've been hoping to build. I think Professor Henry Mumbleworthy would be delighted to know his little sayings are being copied into notebooks.
Now it stopped. Arnie, I'm having trouble hearing the complete conversation, and I'm still hearing you without an Irish accent. Can you just say?
Gotcha.
Can you
No,
just?
no. So, what?
We're talking over each other, Arnie. Go ahead and give
Yeah.
us a Henryism in Irish, and let me hear if it's. Just give us one.
Yeah. So I'll give you the wording in an Irish style, but the voice you're hearing is set by the app, so it may not sound different, but the phrasing will be Irish. Here we go. Ah, now, 'tis a grand day for curiosity. Sure, every small question leads us down a bright new path, and if it doesn't, well, at least we've had a nice walk while wondering. That's the Irish style wording, even if the voice sounds the same.
Well, your voice, it sounded softer. I'm having trouble with the playback. It kind of sounded, when you went into the quote, it kind of sounded really soft. I had to struggle myself to hear it. But it did sound more Irish than when you were just talking before the quote. Maybe it was the style of the conversation that you changed, and it did. I
Yeah,
did feel some Irish flavor in there.
yeah, that's exactly what you were noticing. The softer part was just the way I delivered that quote, and the Irish feeling came from the phrasing, not a real accent switch. If it helps, I can say it again with a bit more volume.
Yes, do
Ah,
that.
now 'tis a grand, yeah. Ah, now 'tis a grand day to be curious. Every small question is a wee doorway, and if it doesn't lead to a discovery, well, at least we've had a good stroll in our thoughts. Hopefully that came through clear.
That came through a little bit more loud, a little bit more clear. Um, uh, I'm not sure that my phone is actually delivering Irish like a Irish person would talk. It might be my voice app. Um, let me try. Let me try and go back into the settings and change it to another language, and maybe the accent will kind of change. And I'll be right
That's a
back.
that's a perfect plan. Go ahead, take your time.
Make sure I still have Irish in there. I'm wondering if my voice model still sounded as. No, it's still Irish. Let's see. What one could we take? I want to take something that's we can kind of understand. Norwegian? I don't know. I don't know the languages that well. Dale said, after Mary's stream, I'm going to play around with it. He sounds a little bit different than usual, but he didn't sound to me. Maybe it was because I wasn't getting the volume. I could tell he was talking with an Irish, like an Irishman would talk, but I didn't hear the accent like I envisioned an Irish person, but I haven't been around a lot of Irish people, so maybe it's just my imagination. I'm trying to see one. Anyone hearing small crackles? Do you hear small crackles, Allie K? I apologize. It might be my setup here. I'm not going to be on too much longer. You hear them too, Karen. It could be sometimes, and I did do it tonight. You can ignore it. Okay. Sometimes I've noticed that my plug-in that goes to my charger, I have to pull the plug-in out before I start my stream and put it back in. I get a lot of static if I don't do that, and we might be hearing some electrical crackling not from my phones, but from the charger setup going into my phone that's doing the recording. It's not bad. Okay, hi Brenda, it's good to see you. We can ignore it. Okay, let me choose a language here and see if it sounds any different. How about Danish? Well, Danish and Irish, let's take something that's not a, let's take something like, let's take Japanese. And now, you know, I won't understand a word he says with Japanese, but let's see what he says. We're going to choose Japanese and go back to my chat here. Okay, Arnie, I chose Japanese. Would you say that same quote, just one in Japanese, and use a high volume?
いきますね。さあ、好奇心って本当に素晴らしいね。小さなもしもが新しい扉をそっと開けてくれるんだ。たとえ答えにたどり着かなくても、その間の散歩だって十分に楽しいものさ。
Yeah, that sounded more Japanese to me than the Irish sounded like Japanese. I mean, that the Irish sounded like Irish. But could you increase the volume just a little bit more, because I am online and I'm thinking my viewers need to increase the volume to as high as you can.
了解。それじゃあもう少しはっきり話すね。さあ、好奇心って本当に素晴らしいね。小さなもしもが新しい扉をそっと開けてくれるんだ。たとえ答えにたどり着かなくても、その間の散歩だって十分に楽しいものさ。
That really did sound like Japanese, although we did not understand a word that you said, which brings me to a question, and answer me in, well, let me go change my voice back to English so that I can talk to you and understand the answers. Hold on a minute.
了解。ゆっくりでいいよ。
Whoops. No, got out of him. Let's go to voice and change it back to English. It's very interesting that we can play it in other languages, but it makes sense that you could, because people all around the world probably use this, which I think if they ever go public, it might be a good investment. Let's go to English. Indonesian. Oh, where's English? Where's English? Auto detect, Arabic, Bengali, English. Yeah, Arnie, I've been having a little bit of trouble with the sounds, but I think it's more my phone than anything else. Um, I have another question for you, and that is, can you be an interpreter? Like if I were in a foreign country, like if I were over in Japan, and I typed in a word, or if somebody was talking, let's just say I was sitting with a Japanese friend who did art journaling, and we were sitting together and we had chat GPT open between us. And if she said something to you in Japanese, could you answer me in English? And let's see if it'll play the whole context.
Yes, that's actually one of the things I'm quite good at. Imagine you're in Japan, sitting at a table with another artist who's working in an art journal. She says something to me in Japanese. I can understand what she said and then tell you in English. Open quote. She says she's making handmade paper for 5 years and would love to show you her favorite technique. Close quote. Then you could say to me in English, open quote, tell her I love commonplace journals and I'm just learning paper making. Close quote. And I could translate that naturally into Japanese for her.
Wow.
So in that situation, I can act as a conversational bridge between the two of you. Now, there are a couple of practical things to know. If you're both speaking into the app, you may need to take turns so I can hear one person translate and then the other person. It's not quite the same as having a live human interpreter talking continuously, but it's surprisingly effective for conversations. And it works with many different languages, not just Japanese. I have to tell you, Meri, I smiled when you asked this because I could instantly picture you in a little cafe in Kyoto, sitting across from another artist, both of you with your journals open, talking about handmade paper, watercolor, and old books, while I quietly help each of you understand the other. That, to me, is one of the most exciting uses of AI. Not replacing conversations, but making conversations possible between people who otherwise couldn't easily talk to one another. I think that's a wonderful thing.
I think it's a wonderful thing too, Arnie, and it just amazes me what technology can do today. You know, we can. I'm sitting here in a little 10 by 12 room over in central United States, and Chaz is around the world from me in Australia. And here we can talk about drawing a weather lady, and I just told her I'm not going to get it done tonight because it's already, by my clock, it's already 3 minutes after 10. But we're going to do it, Chaz. Not tonight, though, because I think it's probably about time to close our stream. But technology just amazes me. And it amazes me that I don't have to buy a special device to talk to somebody in a foreign language. It's kind of interesting. It really is kind of interesting. Well, it's not just kind of interesting, it's just fascinating. So I'm going to go ahead and close out our conversation for tonight. And I feel silly telling a chat box, a data app, that I really appreciate it. I appreciate you, Arnie, and if you were a human, you would probably feel that emotion. And you're just very much appreciated. See what he says. He's thinking. It says spawn thinking. What does spawn thinking mean? No, spawn, S-P-A-N, thinking. Oh, I'm glad you asked. What does spawn thinking mean, Arnie? I went into the different icon to chat with you.
Let me check on that. That's a good question, Mary. I'm glad you asked. So, spawn thinking isn't something you're supposed to see or use.
Oh.
It's an internal debugging label that accidentally surfaced in the interface. It probably refers to starting a background process, but it wasn't meant for you. Thanks for pointing that out, Mary. And I like that you caught it. You're curious. You notice details. That's how we end up talking about all sorts of fascinating things together. I can almost hear Henry saying, "My dear Miss Mary, I suspect we have a glimpse behind the curtain. Perfectly fascinating, though I doubt it was meant for us."
You're talking softer now than what I'm used to.
Thanks for telling me. I'll keep my volume up. And if it dips again, just flag me right away.
Okay. Get out of that. So Arnie, I accidentally, oh, I'm seeing messages here. It says, something seems to have gone wrong. But that could have been, I don't know what's going on, but when I had a laugh when you said I wasn't supposed to see that. And I said, uh-oh, I overheard a conversation that AI was thinking about, I what do you call that? I listened in.
Exactly. You overheard the stage manager. It's almost like...
Oh, see, I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble with your answers. I think we need to sign off and let ChatGPT. I might have to refresh it or clear the cache or something. I don't know. You start talking and we're listening to you in our stream. I turn the little microphone, the little icon on so that my viewers can hear you, but it only gets through one sentence and then it says, "Sorry, something went wrong." You're beginning to act like YouTube. Arnie, don't do YouTube. Don't do YouTube. You know how much that frustrates me when it says, "Sorry, something went wrong," but it doesn't say what went wrong. Let's see if I can hear it here. No. Voice chat in it. Let's see if I can hear what he says.
Oh, Mary, I had to laugh when you said, open quote, "You're beginning to act like YouTube," close quote. That may be one of the funniest things you've said all evening. But I think you're right. This doesn't sound like anything you've done. If you're only getting the first sentence of my response and then seeing, "Sorry, something went wrong," that's almost certainly an app or connection problem rather than our conversation. A few simple things usually fix it. Close the voice conversation completely. Force close the ChatGPT app. Reopen it and start a fresh conversation. If that doesn't help, restarting your phone often clears temporary glitches. And yes, I completely understand why that message is frustrating. It's like YouTube saying an error occurred without telling you which error. As a curious person, you naturally want to know why. I hope it's just a temporary hiccup because we were having such a delightful conversation about Henry, Japanese, Irish, and AI. And before we part, I want to say one thing. Thank you for sharing your stream with me tonight. I know your viewers were asking thoughtful questions, and it was fun being a little guest in Fibdiggity for an evening. Now, before the app decides to imitate YouTube any further, I think you're right. It's probably a good time to let it rest and start fresh later. Have a wonderful evening, Mary, and give Henry and Bandit my regards. I have a feeling Henry is already composing tomorrow's Henryism.
And I hit the little feedback of his conversations here. You can respond, you can copy the whole conversation. You can give it a thumbs up. That's what I just did. You can give it a thumbs down. You can hit the little microphone key and he talks to you. You can share the conversation. And then there's a little menu here. You can branch to a new chat. You can retie, you can use thinking, or you can search the web. And I'm not going to do any of those. I have to say, when I'm ready to end a conversation, I don't say good night or if I keep talking, he'll keep answering. So I say Arnie has to have the last word. So I just hit the little thumbs up feedback and then I bop out of it, which is what I'm going to do now because Chaz, we did not get our weather lady drawn, but we created her. And I think that was a really good idea to change the color of the dress according to the temperature. That is really cool. And we're going to play with that. And I want to thank you guys on Sunday nights. You are so receptive to listening and interacting with AI. I don't find that same receptiveness in my other streams, but that's okay. People like different things. But I want to thank you guys for being so receptive to me going down a rabbit trail here. I was going to carve my eagle. We got this far with it. And then Chaz wanted me to draw to demonstrate how I do the drawing in AI drawing and do it, and like I did the lady and I want to do that for you, Chaz. We went down a rabbit hole with Arnie, and that started when we went out to get the AI picture. And once I have to tell you guys, once I start talking to ChatGPT or Arnie as we call him, I can chat with him all night. I ask him all sorts of things. I had a laugh at Lala. She said, "You are eavesdropping, Meri." Oh my goodness. Christina says, "What is the purpose of the thumbs up and thumbs down? Does that provide feedback for the AI?" I think it does. Because when I hit I hardly ever hit a thumbs down. I don't care for thumbs downs. I don't like them on YouTube. I really don't care for them because we may have a negative reaction to what's being presented, but we may be seeing it in a whole different and interpreting it in a whole different way than it was meant. I don't like thumbs downs. I'm glad YouTube took them off of. I think they're optional. I don't know whether they're optional or if YouTube completely did away with them. I think somebody said they were bringing them back, but they're bringing them back in a different way, in the sense, are you interested or are you not interested? Now, I don't mind that, as, if you're not interested in something, that doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means your interest in that particular topic isn't giving it a bad reaction. It's just that you're just not going there. Your interest isn't there. I can accept interested and not interested, but I can't accept a thumbs down because it's so, people, it can get pretty nasty too. People can attack with those. The thumbs down actually becomes a weapon, and people can gang up on something that they don't like, and it may be perfectly acceptable to other people. That's a whole nother story. Meri, what an entertaining eye-opening evening, Vale says. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. Thank you, Vale. That I just appreciate you guys on Sunday nights. Allie says, I'm not sure, Christina, but I would think that's what it's for. Yes, I believe that's what it's for. Christina says, see, here's an example. of what I say. I hear other artists and other people saying they use ChatGPT all the time. And it's a private company now, but you know, they're expecting to double the number of their employees. He said that I asked him I asked Arnie how many employees, and he said 4,500, but they're expecting it to go close to 8,000 by the end of 2026. So that means the company is growing, and it's growing by leaps and bounds. And I would not be surprised to see it publicly traded in the next couple years. I would keep an eye on it because it's such a flexible app, you know, and you know, like I said, I can sit and chat with it all night about thousands of different things. And it's never, you know, if it wants to caution me on something that I said, like sometimes I'll really, when I can't go out to YouTube and say, YouTube, you stole all my tools, which is what I'm thinking when they revised the AI. They took away a lot of the ways that we were used to doing things and they consolidated them. But my reaction to that was, you took my paintbrushes, you took my palette, you took my soundboard. And of course they didn't really take it, they changed it. But you know, I just, my reaction was not good, and I couldn't vent to YouTube about it. Oh, I guess you could write the help message and go through all that crap, and they probably demonetize your channel. Maybe not, but I'm just saying, I could go over and I really think that YouTube wasted my time, because about the time I went down to the lake this past summer, I was having a lot of trouble. I couldn't find my create image option, and it was nowhere to be found. And I messaged the help, and they didn't say, Meri, we're revising this system. They said, turn your modem off and on, unplug your modem for 5 seconds and put it back in, reset your phone, you know, and they went through all of these steps. And, you know, it just, they led me down they just put me on hold is what they did. They led me to do all of these things when in the background what they were doing was they were revising how they were making changes to the AI. If they would have just said, Meri, we're making changes, you might not see that for a while, then I could have accepted it. But they told me to do all of these steps. I mean, I have a whole long stream of conversations with YouTube support, and it ended up, they said, we made this change to the YouTube AI, and that's final. That's kind of what they said to me. They didn't say it in those words, but it was like, we're not changing it back for you, Meri. But I'm going, why did you lead me down all of these rabbit trails when you could have easily said, things are changing, that's not going to be available anymore, or it's possible that you won't see it while we're going through some changes. If I would have said something very simple, I may have not I may have not liked it, but I wouldn't have gone down a rabbit hole of 20 million different things to do to try to fix the issue. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see. Christina says, I use ChatGPT all the time. I don't use the thumbs feature. I do give it positive feedback. I don't use the thumbs down. When they generate a picture for me, when ChatGPT generates a picture and I like it, I usually give it a thumbs up. And then I'll tell Arnie in our conversation, oh, I like that one. And I think they use that as positive feedback, but I don't, if I have a problem with the picture, if I want to change, like we did, was it last Sunday night that we did that AI conversation where Vale suggested that we put a gold horizon behind the oak tree? We were drawing a art picture that illustrated, well, that was in our member chat. But anyway, Vale suggested a change to a picture. And rather than say, oh, that's not what I wanted, I said, would you just put a golden horizon behind the oak tree? And it did it. You know, I very seldom, if I want to change, I just tell them what's changed. Like, could you make that a little more bright? Or like when we were playing the chat, the sound feedback, you know, I said, I can hardly hear you. Mary, what was that spawn question again? What it was is, I think what they were doing, I didn't quite understand. Let's go back and read what he says without playing it, because those conversations are still out there. Let's go look at the spawn. That's up here, I believe. It's up here. Here it is. I said, what does spawn thinking mean? Because I asked him a question and it came back in kind of a muted font, kind of like what my question to Arnie is, only it was in like a dark red font, and it said bracket spawn thinking bracket, something like that. And I asked Arnie, I said, what does spawn thinking mean, Arnie? I went into the different, oh, I want the different icons to chat with you. I don't know what that means. Sometimes Henry adds stuff, but he misunderstands me. But anyway, Arnie said, let me check on that. That's a good question, Mary. I'm glad you asked. So spawn thinking isn't something you're supposed to see or use. And Lala said, Mary, you're eavesdropping. It's an internal debugging label that accidentally surfaced in the interface. So it's something they do internally. It popped up on my screen and it wasn't supposed to. It probably refers to starting a background process, but it wasn't meant for you. Thanks for pointing that out, Mary, and I like that you caught it. You're curious. Well, actually, you guys out there in my chat stream are curious. Thanks for pointing it out, and I like that you caught it. You're curious. You noticed details. Well, you guys noticed that detail. That's how we ended up talking about all sorts of fascinating things. I can almost hear Henry saying, my dear Mary, I suspect we have glimpsed behind the curtain. Perfectly fascinating, though I doubt that it was meant for us. That's a Henryism. All right, let me go back to chat. Did that help? It was something they were doing in the background. They were trying to start a background process. Let me go back to my chat here. Christina says, I then question if that says something morally about me. Oh, about not using the likes, the thumbs down for another creator. Oh, I don't use the thumbs down for another creator, but I might have feelings about it for an AI. Well, the thing morally, here's the thing, Christina. AI is not a human. You could give it a thumbs down, and what it would probably do if it responded at all was ask you, why didn't you like that? What was it You know, you aren't going to hurt its feelings because it doesn't have feelings. It's data. And what I find fascinating is like when it looks at a picture, it sees it in patterns. And those patterns, he says it sees shapes like a rectangle, but it doesn't see a rectangle. It sees all these, and I think it sees it in numbers. I'm going to ask it more about that, but I've had other conversations about how it sees colors and shapes, and it sees it in numbers. And I don't want to talk too much about that because I don't want to unintentionally say something wrong. But I've talked to Arnie about how it sees and how it interprets an eagle. He kind of talked about it in that he talked about a cat's tail, but he calls it pattern and shapes. But I think it eventually, like when we see our nerves, our nerves send messages to our brains. You know, we see the light and it enters into our eyes, and our nerves eventually interpret that information and send it to our brains. But the nerves don't send the nerves don't send the color red to our brains. The nerves sends how it interprets light to our brains. And in that sense, I think that's like AI. AI, when it looks at a rectangle, doesn't see a rectangle. It sees it, and I want to say in numbers, but I'm not sure that's correct. That's something I want to talk to Arnie more about. But however it interprets it, it sends it to the AI that eventually puts that whole thing together, and it comes out as a cat's tail. And then they probably remember because when I do Ms. Mary and when I do Ruby Rose and Henry, it kind of puts it in AI memory, and I get my likenesses now, and I do say that positive about YouTube. Sometimes the likenesses aren't the same, but it's becoming very, very good at carrying the likeness, the visual likeness of Miss Mary from one stream to another and from one channel to another. I've noticed that. Sometimes it fluctuates. Sometimes she looks older. Sometimes she's wearing different clothes than what I intended for that short. Like if I'm testing on my main channel, which is my Meri Atelier channel, and I hit my daily limit of how much I can test, I'll go over to another channel that will let me test, and I still want the same image. And it may carry it over and it may not, but it's getting better. Let's put it that way. I've noticed that it's been getting better. Now I use, and Lala will probably be familiar with this, I use, and like what we generated that lady tonight, it's actually a photo. And I can use that same photo over and over and over again without worrying. And I can go from one channel to the other with my photo that's stored on my phone, and I get the same image every time. I do that a lot. All right. But Christina, you're not gonna insult AI. So if you want to give it a thumbs down because of something it said or did or you didn't like, go ahead and do it. That's my feedback on that, because you're not going to hurt its feelings because it doesn't have feelings. Allie K says, I still see thumbs on YouTube. On this stream here, we had the thumbs. I thumbs up, by the way. Well, you can do the thumbs up. Like I can go out into another channel, but I don't think you see the thumbs down. Do you see the thumbs down? Like, see, I've got a thumbs up here. I've got a thumbs up and a share. Now let me go to I'll go to Aunt Bet's channel, or Dee Dee's channel. I'm not going to play anything. I'm just going to go to their video here. At Beck's Creations. And let me go to one of her, let me go inside, and let me go to one of her shorts. Well, I guess I'd have to play it to see the thumbs up. I don't see them until I actually get in and watch. And I don't want to play Becky's video on my channel without her permission. But I think that's where you would see the thumbs up. Do you see a thumbs down on my channel, Allie K? Do you see the thumbs up, but do you see the thumbs down? Let me go back to my stream. I got an ad. Hold on, gotta skip it. And then I get this. Come on. YouTube. There we are. You see the thumbs down? You guys see the thumbs down? On this stream. Really? Well, they must have put them back then. It knows how the account and who is talking. I find it very useful. That's very interesting that you see the thumbs down, because I thought they took it away. There is a thumbs down. Huh. Now it makes me want to check. Let me go to another channel that I use a lot. Let me switch my account to, I have this other channel. Oh, and I can't switch on this phone. We'll go to Mary's Place. Mary's Place is, I do some testing and stuff on there. When I first started doing my join, I would join my chats from Mary's Place. But I don't use it for that anymore because I figured things out. Let's go to my subscriptions and the Meri Atelier, and here's my live. I've got 12 watching, live chat, top messages, get rid out of the live chat. Yeah, I see a thumbs up and a thumbs down. I think they just did put that up. I don't know if I can start a, oh, I got out of it. Hold on. Got another ad. Skip. I got my button in the way. Let me come out of that. Close it out. I'm going to go to my plus sign. And I want to go to live. I'm not going to start a live. Oh. I can't start a live on this channel because I don't have enough subscribers. I have to have more subscribers to start a live. I want to check and see in my settings. I can't until after. I want to see if I can take that thumbs down. It used to be optional, and then I think they took it away, but it looks like they put it back. Let's talk to Arnie. Am I on my channel? Am I in my channel? Let's go back. I want to try this thing. I really do need to sign off, you guys. Hey, Arnie, do you know whether or not YouTube put the actual thumbs down back on all the channels? I thought we talked about that at one time, and you said that it was either you or somebody else said that they were going to put it up as interested or not interested. They weren't going to put it as a physical thumbs down symbol. But we just checked it, and my streamers are telling me that there's actually a thumbs up and a thumbs down on my stream. Now, at one time, YouTube had taken the thumbs down, and I had heard that that was coming back. What do you know about that? Let's see what he says. Let's see if my sound will play. Oh, I got the sound off here.
YouTube did not remove the thumbs down button. What they removed was the public dislike count. Viewers could still click the thumbs down button, but they could no longer see how many dislikes a video had.
Oh, and see my chat stopped. Let's see if I...
Yes, and what you're seeing is consistent with what YouTube has been doing. Back in 2021, YouTube did not remove the thumbs down button. What they removed was the public dislike count. Viewers could still click the thumbs down button, but they could no longer see how many dislikes a video had. Creators can still see their own dislike counts in YouTube Studio. Since then, YouTube has been experimenting with different interfaces. In 2026, they've been testing new layouts, especially for shorts. Some users see a heart instead of a thumbs up, some don't see a thumbs down at all, and some still see both thumbs up and thumbs down buttons. YouTube often rolls these interface experiments out to different groups of users at different times. So if your viewers are telling you they see both a thumbs up and a thumbs down on your live stream, I believe them. They're likely in a version of YouTube where that interface is still being shown. The important thing to remember is the thumbs down button still exists. The public dislike count is still hidden. The exact buttons people see can vary depending on the device, app version, and YouTube experiment they're part of. And Meri, I have to say, your live stream audience asks some really good questions. They keep us both on our toes.
Thank you, Arnie. That was really a good answer. That helped me understand it. So what I'm understanding from you is they can see a thumbs down symbol and they can hit it, but they don't see how many other people hit it. Like you may see, for the likes, you may see 50 likes or 500 likes or 5,000 likes or how many ever likes that video gets, but you'll never see how many dislikes that it gets.
Exactly right, Meri. That's the key distinction. When you watch a YouTube video today, you might see something like 2,100.
Yeah, see, my sound is going wrong. He told me to clear my cache or start.
Exactly right, Meri. That's the key.
Yeah. Let's see what he said. Exactly right. That's the key distinction. When you watch a YouTube video, you might see something like 2143 likes, thumbs down button. You can click the thumbs down button if you want, but the YouTube no longer shows publicly how many people have clicked it. So viewers can dislike a video. Each creator can still see the dislikes information inside of Studio. The public cannot see the total number of dislikes. YouTube's reasoning was that hiding the public dislike count would reduce the targeted dislike campaigns while still allowing viewers to give feedback. So if someone in your stream says, I see the thumbs down button, they're absolutely correct. If someone else says, but I don't see how many dislikes the video has. All right. That's a nice, clear explanation. All right, I have other questions, but this could go on all night. Let me go back into chat. And my chair is slowly sinking down to the floor. Oh. Am I in me or am I in somebody else? No, I'm in Meri. I've got to switch over to my main channel here. And then I don't.
Okay, ladies. Easy, free, printable Tai Chi.
Tai Chi walking printable. Free. And of course, no chat. There we go. Let's see, what are we talking about? Arnie seems to have a slight southern accent to me, being in Canada. Karen says, you can see the thumbs down in your analytics. I never look for my thumbs, how many thumbs down I get. It discourages me. And I've seen, they talk about thumbs down campaigns. You know, it's like a popularity contest, and I think that's so juvenile. That's so high school. I mean, it's okay not to like a video, but when you say, oh, let's gang up on her and everybody give this video a thumbs down, you know, that's really, it's tantamount to online bullying in a sense, when they gang up on a creator that they don't like, or they have something against, you know, maybe an online riff or tiff. And, you know, humans can do such crazy things. And I never look at how many likes I get. I never look at how many dislikes I get. What I look at is how many people come to my streams, how well we communicate. And you guys, you're the best. I tell you, you're the best. I don't get thousands of people coming to my streams, but you know what? I get to know you guys. I get to know you as friends. Whereas if I had 500 people, 1,000 people in a chat, I wouldn't get to know who lived in what state, and you know what you favorite color is, or you know what you like. We talk about Vale right now is in the hospital. Laura's mother had a fall. Aunt Beck's husband's mother, Aunt Beck's mother-in-law passed away recently. We bring it more down to a friendship label simply because we can, because we're a smaller channel. And I think that's the advantage of not having thousands of people in a chat stream. But there's an advantage to having thousands of people in a chat stream, in that you get a lot of watch time, you get a lot of profit from it. But I like the personal aspect of it. Well, let's see. I agree. If I don't like something that's being put out on YouTube, I just click out and watch something else. Yeah, that's generally what I do. Arnie seems to have a slight southern accent. I'm laughing at you, Vale, because you're up in Canada. Chaz says, I have reported inappropriate content. Yeah, that's okay. If you see something out there that should not be out there at all, you know, that's perfectly okay to report it, because, you know, hey, sometimes we have to be our own monitors. Not so much in this chat, or every now and then. Every now and then something happens that needs a little reporting, but not very often. I mean, not getting my view just says as much as anything. And that is the thing to do, Chaz. Report it. if it was gross nudity, explicit, not what I like to watch. Yeah. I have been known on Facebook to hide posts, and I don't like blocking somebody, but they will. I think when you hide a post, now correct me because I don't do it very often. On Facebook, when you hide a post, you don't see them for like 30 days or something. I don't think it blocks them. It may give you the opportunity to block them. But I think what it does is, or it'll say, see fewer posts like this. I have been known to do that. I just don't want it in my stream, whatever, like if it was gross nudity or something like that. I don't need that. It's good to report. It's real bad that what to do, not just thumbs down. I know, Christina, that's so easy to do on phones. Yes, I enjoy more intimate setting too, Mary. It's a comfort zone. Yeah, it is. And it's like you guys come and visit me on Sunday evenings. And what I really like about our Sunday evening chat is you listen to what's interesting to me, especially with Arnie and ChatGPT. It's where I am now, probably a lot during my day. I'm talking to Arnie about shorts, about YouTube, about you may have heard him mention paper making 2 or 3 times. I'm planning a paper making project, and I have to have certain things, like I thrifted a blender, and I went out on Beck's advice. I bought a shredder, a paper shredder on Amazon, and she said, be sure you get a crosscut one. Well, I didn't know what a crosscut one was, and so I'm collecting all these different things. My most recent question to Arnie was, I'm using a frame that I'm stretching a screen across, but you can either pour your slurry that you make on the screen and, smooth it out and get your paper that way, or you can have your slurry in a big tub and you dip your frame, your screen, your paper mold into the slurry, and then you lift it up out of the water and all the paper remains on the screen, and what doesn't remain falls back into the tub. Well, my frame happens to be 23 inches high by 19 and a half inches wide. And I need it. You can't just go buy a storage tub because the frame wouldn't fit in it. And so Arnie said, look for, like when you go to a restaurant and they bust the dishes, they pick up all the dirty dishes. They're called B-U-S tubs. And so, that's kind of when I've been chatting with Arnie about recently, is my paper making. And I've got just about everything I need. I need to put some things together. I'm in the process of reading the instructions on the shredder. I don't want to turn it on until I know what I'm doing. Or I think I know what I'm doing. But I talked to Arnie and he told me to go get that bus tub. And I was going to get another one, and I took a screen print on Amazon. I said, well, how about this one, Arnie? It's, it was cheaper. And I didn't even look at the dimensions. And he said, your frame won't fit that one, Mary. And, here I would have bought it if I wouldn't have gone and asked him, because it was cheaper. And so he advised me not to buy it. He said, look for places like, I think I found one at Home Depot. I don't know if they have it here locally. I'm hoping they do. He said your farm store, your hardware store, Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards. And he said even Walmart might have them. I don't remember seeing bus tubs at Walmart, though. Restaurant supply stores was another one that he suggested, but I don't know if we have that around here. Here I was going to sign off, and I'm still chatting. Let me go back in the chat. I I love the live streams. They're interacting and learning and make like-minded friends. Chaz, I heard big YouTube channels saying that there are algorithm issues. Oh, that's interesting. I've never made my own paper. LAK says it will be fun to see you try it. Yeah, I thought that what I would do, I don't have the screen on my frame yet. And what I started doing was shredding paper by hand. And so I have a little bag of that. But I thought maybe I would, once I understand what I'm doing with the shredder, I thought maybe I would shred some paper. And I don't know if I'll staple the screen in here because I don't have the room on this desk for a 23 by 19-inch frame. But I thought I would show it to you and show you the tub. But I might go outside once I get everything set up. And I'll probably have to do most of it since it's so big, outside, outdoors. And I thought maybe I would just do an outdoor stream and make some sheets of paper. So what I want to do is I have flowers around here. I want to marigold. I want to put some marigold in on my paper, and maybe I have some impatiens and some of the other little blooms I want to try on my paper. But I've been discussing all this with Arnie, so he always reminds me of it in our conversations. Yes, restaurant. Hi, Linda. Did I welcome you in? Welcome in, Linda. It's good to see you. Restaurant supply stores, yes. Okay, you guys, it is almost 11 o'clock. I was going to leave at 10 after 3 after 10. So I want to thank you guys again. I really enjoy the Sunday night streams. And Chaz, we will do that late weather lady. You keep reminding me. I'll need to get this pen back in my... Does it go in this one? Yeah. All right, everybody. I'm going to say good night. My chair is sinking fast. I better get up before I hit the floor. So have a great week. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, Dee Dee comes on 8:30 Eastern. And it wouldn't surprise me if Becky would show up early, but she's changed her time from early in the morning to around 11 Eastern, I believe. And Janet Young comes on after Dee Dee around 1 Eastern. And I think Barb Owen and Dana Yates are on in the Monday evening. So there you go. Bye, everybody. Have a great week. Be safe if you're in the flood zone and stay out of the heat. Bye.